Are you an owner of a small or medium-sized enterprise? Are you a private individual? Or a farmer looking to make sustainability investments? Do you want to upgrade your car fleet to zero-emission vehicles? Make your buildings accessible for people with disabilities, including digital infrastructure? Install solar panels on your roof? Produce energy-efficient equipment? Switch to recycled materials? Or improve the water efficiency on your farm? For these and many other impactful aspirations, your local bank could help, thanks to support from the EU. Climate, environmental and social challenges require diverse solutions and financing. Everyone can help mitigate climate change, make a positive impact on the environment, and remove barriers for participation faced by persons with disabilities. From household energy efficiency upgrades to ecosystem restoration projects. The EU wants to support all sustainability investments, big or small. And let's be real, there's no single way to make things better for our planet. If you have an investment project that would benefit the environment or ensure accessibility for persons with disabilities, visit the Access to Finance website to find your local bank, which can provide you with more information and details on how to get lending. For information about InvestEU projects in your country, visit the InvestEU website. Let's make a positive impact for a sustainable future.
My name is Vitor. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Crane. Our vision is to monitor, control, and contain diseases worldwide. So we want to be the point-of-care diagnostic platform that can detect multiple tests with the same hardware. The first market is blood typing because it's so important worldwide. There is no way to do effective and rapid tests nowadays in the point-of-care area. So at Crane Device we can do the blood type test in 3 minutes. And with this we are saving time and also lives. Now imagine with the same device you can detect diseases on small clinics, on remote locations, on ambulances, on pharmacies. So you can analyze the diseases and alert people before they get the symptoms and they have to go to the hospital. We decided to use the European platform because it's an excellent way of awareness for us. It's credible and it brings investors. So basically it's the fastest way to reach European investors. On the other hand, the US investors like us to be there also because for them it's a sign that we have credibility in our home, basically. So we really encourage people to go through the European platform because, well, for us it's been excellent so far, and we really believe that in the future it's going to be efficient for startups and investors.
What do you see? A little spark, slowly growing bigger, lighting up the dark. Imagine what it could be. What do you see? A robot that feels, sustainable fiber, or software that captures the world in 3D. Wood and wind turbines, transparent solar panels, reinventing the way we use our energy. A tiny idea, so crazy, it's hard to believe. An invention with the intention to change the world drastically. It's something we would love to see. So tell us what you need to reimagine, to reinvent the world. We can give you a place where unicorns are born. You can chase your dreams, helping hands, machinery, bigger plans, or just a chance to show the world something they haven't seen. So, what do you see?
Are you an owner of a small or medium-sized enterprise? Are you a private individual? Or a farmer looking to make sustainability investments? Do you want to upgrade your car fleet to zero-emission vehicles? Make your buildings accessible for people with disabilities, including digital infrastructure. Install solar panels on your roof. Produce energy-efficient equipment. Switch to recycled materials, or improve the water efficiency on your farm? For these and many other impactful aspirations, your local bank could help, thanks to support from the EU. Climate, environmental and social challenges require diverse solutions and financing. Everyone can help mitigate climate change, make a positive impact on the environment, and remove barriers for participation faced by persons with disabilities. From household energy efficiency upgrades to ecosystem restoration projects. The EU wants to support all sustainability investments, big or small. And let's be real, there's no single way to make things better for our planet. If you have an investment project that would benefit the environment or ensure accessibility for persons with disabilities, visit the Access to Finance website to find your local bank, which can provide you with more information and details on how to get lending. For information about InvestEU projects in your country, visit the InvestEU website. Let's make a positive impact for a sustainable future.
My name is Vitor. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Crane. Our vision is to monitor, control, and contain diseases worldwide. So we want to be the point-of-care diagnostic platform that can detect multiple tests with the same hardware. The first market is blood typing because it's so important worldwide. There is no way to do effective and rapid tests nowadays in the point-of-care area. So at Crane Device we can do the blood type test in 3 minutes. And with this we are saving time and also lives. Now imagine with the same device you can detect diseases on small clinics, on remote locations, on ambulances, on pharmacies. So you can analyze the diseases and alert people before they get the symptoms and they have to go to the hospital. We decided to use the European platform because it's an excellent way of awareness for us. It's credible and it brings investors. So basically it's the fastest way to reach European investors. On the other hand, the US investors like us to be there also because for them it's a sign that we have credibility in our home, basically. So we really encourage people to go through the European platform because, well, for us it's been excellent so far, and we really believe that in the future it's going to be efficient for startups and investors.
What do you see? A little spark, slowly growing bigger, lighting up the dark. Imagine what it could be. What do you see? A robot that feels, sustainable fiber, or software that captures the world in 3D. Wood and wind turbines, transparent solar panels, reinventing the way we use our energy. A tiny idea, so crazy it's hard to believe. An invention with the intention to change the world drastically. It's something we would love to see. So tell us what you need to reimagine, to reinvent the world. We can give you a place where unicorns are born. You can chase your dreams, helping hands, machinery, bigger plans, or just a chance to show the world something they haven't seen. So, what do you see?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Please have a seat. Good morning. We are here in Lisbon live. We are 5 minutes late because of making everyone comfortable. And I'm very thrilled to be here with you. So it's really a warm welcome in this beautiful city of Lisbon, built on 7 hills that we all felt yesterday. And at the same time, very welcome to everyone who is following us online. Lots of participants are following our web stream. In order not to be too long with the opening part, just to briefly introduce myself, I'm Ula Hudina. I work in Access to Finance Unit in Directorate General of the European Commission for Industry, Entrepreneurship and SMEs, and I'm your moderator of today. But still some housekeeping rules before we continue. We will have a fully packed morning. We will try to keep the schedule, even though we are 5 minutes late now, and we have excellent speaker with you, who will explain to you the InvestEU Fund, the InvestEU Portal, the InvestEU Advisory Hub in the first part. And then we will move to the implementation of the InvestEU program, and we will learn how the debt and equity products are offered and implemented in Portugal by our implementing partner, the European Investment Fund, and their local partner, Caixa Geral de Depósitos. Later on, we will touch upon the funding opportunities from the European Innovation Council for startups and SMEs to develop and scale up breakthrough technologies in disruptive innovations. And last but not least, we will learn and get the insights on how the Single Market Program and the Enterprise Europe Network, they work in Portugal and which instruments they offer to you, the business sector. And as I mentioned, as we are more than happy to be here with you, we will try to make it as usable and as open, so you will be able to ask questions via microphone that will be handed to you, but also for the online participants, we will make it easier for them to ask questions and to be active, and this will be via Slido application. So we will take the questions after every session, if possible, time permitting, and via Slido for the remote participants. You can access Slido on the left side of your screen, or you can use your smartphone or the browser of your computer and go to slido.com, or you just quickly scan the QR code you can see now displayed on the screen and enter the hashtag EUFinanceDay_Portugal. It's important to remind you that we are providing simultaneous interpretation from Portuguese to English and from English to Portuguese. And we would like to thank our precious help, the interpreters who are online, for their work. And while the participants here, you can use the headphones or the earplugs that you might already have installed. The online participants, you can select the preferred language in the toolbar at the bottom of the web streaming window. And also important that you know that our event will be recorded and that recording will be available a couple of days after the event, and that the presentations that you will see on the screen are already available on the website's event. Finally, but very importantly for us, we will share with you a questionnaire after the event, and you will receive it by email, and we kindly ask you to fill it in because this will help us later when organizing such events. Thank you very much. This was really lots of housekeeping rules, but yeah, just to keep everything in order. And now I'm very much looking forward to welcome our 3 precious guests, welcoming speakers, opening speakers, and please welcome first my dear colleague Astrid Bartels. She's Head of Unit Access to Finance at the European Commission in Directorate General for Internal Market, Entrepreneurship, SMEs, and she has been working for the Commission for 20 years. So please, Astrid, for your opening words.
Okay, thank you, Ula. Good morning, bom dia. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today in Lisbon for this event dedicated to InvestEU and other relevant EU programs specifically aimed for Portugal. This event forms part of a series of events that we are organizing across member states, and we are explaining the programs for the period 2021 to 2027. Last year, due to the COVID pandemic, we were not able to organize these events physically. So I'm quite happy that this year, for the first time, we're doing this now as hybrid events. And so, yeah, we always think it's better to actually go out and meet everyone in person. The objective of our EU Finance Day is to provide you with in-depth information following a high-level event that took place also here in Lisbon in May last year as part of the InvestEU Roadshow, with the EIB group launching this program in your country. But before I continue, I would like to warmly thank the colleagues at the European Commission representation here in Lisbon. Thank you, Dania, for their support and help. And my appreciation for all the cooperation and promoting today's event goes also to IAPME, the Portuguese Agency for Competitiveness and Innovation, in their role as Enterprise Europe Network Partner. Thank you, Ms. Wanda Narcisco. And a big thank you also for all of the fellow speakers who traveled here today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are all aware that Europe is facing significant challenges. We lived through the COVID pandemic, which was a test to our economies, and many European businesses are still struggling with its consequences. Then, immediately thereafter, we had the beginning of the war in Ukraine with the related energy crisis and the risk for our supply chains. At the same time, we need to urgently address the climate change challenge and strengthen the competitiveness and resilience of EU's net zero technology industrial base. The EU Green Deal has been and is our agenda. On the 14th of March of this year, the Commission, among others, proposed the Critical Raw Materials Act and the Net Zero Industry Act to scale up manufacturing of clean tech technologies in the EU and make sure that the Union is well equipped for the clean energy transition, and also to propose an answer to the American Inflation Reduction Act. As regards SME finance, the survey on access to finance for enterprises, abbreviated SAFE survey, which we annually run together with the European Central Bank, has been observing for years that external finance is of crucial importance. 82% of European SMEs say that access to debt finance is relevant for their company. And for Portugal, the relevance of debt financing is 88%, and therefore even above the EU average. However, half of the SMEs say that access to finance has deteriorated in the last year and that they are faced with higher interest rates and stronger collateral requirements from the banks. All of this shows that access to finance and investing in the right policy priorities has become more important than ever. According to the latest country report, which is part of what we call the annual European Semester Spring Package, published by the Commission on the 24th of May of this year, the business environment shows a mixed picture for Portugal. Portugal is one of the strongest performers on entrepreneurship. It scores better than the EU average on bankruptcies and at the EU average level on business creation. While access to loans is above EU average, access to finance remains constrained in terms of equity. The Portuguese Recovery and Resilience Plan includes two measures totaling roughly 1.5 billion for the support to firms in the form of equity and quasi-equity. Furthermore, the latest Commission analysis concludes that the Portuguese Recovery and Resilience Plan aims to support the use of digital technologies by citizens and businesses. Significantly, the plan introduces measures to promote access to finance, in particular for SMEs, and to promote private and public investments for the country's economic recovery. Moreover, in addition to the recovery support for the EU economy, medium and longer-term targeted investments must be aligned with today's priority. Equally important is that such focused public investments include both EU and national investments, and that they attract and crowd in private investments. InvestEU is one of the Commission's flagship programs to help address investment needs. It builds on the successful model of the European Fund for Strategic Investments, also known as EFSI, or the Juncker Plan. The EU Investment Fund is expected to mobilize more than 370 billion in public and private resources in the EU economy in the coming years. It is supporting investments in line with the EU's policy priorities, the Net Zero Industry Act, the Critical Raw Materials Act, Repower EU and the European Green Deal, Europe's Digital Decade, and the European SME Strategy. What is InvestEU? It's a program that de-risks for financial institutions so that they are able to finance projects that can then also attract other public and private resources. As for Portugal, I am delighted that the InvestEU program is up and running. The Portuguese National Promotional Bank, BPF, Banco Português de Fomento, has applied for becoming a direct and InvestEU implementing partner for a wide range of financial products, ranging from infrastructure, SME finance, innovation, to social financing. And in the Commission, we are in direct talks with this institution. Moreover, Portuguese banks are also applying as financial intermediaries to the European investment funds called for SME support for sustainability, for innovation, and for digitalization. For example, in early March, the EIF and Santander signed InvestEU-backed agreements up to 250 million in loans for companies in Portugal. And in late March, the EIF and Banco BPI signed a 155 million guarantee agreement to support the green and digital transition of Portuguese companies. Equity financing is also gaining traction. For example, through an investment in the Growth Blue Fund, which is backed by the InvestEU and which will support the growth and internationalization of Portuguese companies operating in the blue economy. Today, you will hear in more detail what types of investments the InvestEU can support under the 4 so-called InvestEU policy windows, which are dedicated to, first, sustainable infrastructure, then for SMEs, a third window is dedicated to research, innovation and digitalization, and the fourth investment is for social investments. In addition to the detailed presentations about InvestEU, you will also hear about other EU programs, specifically supporting the business part of the EU single market. You will be given local examples backed by the EIC Accelerator, which supports very early stage companies to de-risk and scale up high-impact innovations, and about the Single Market Program, which has a specific pillar supporting the competitiveness, capacity building, and sustainability of SMEs, notably through the Enterprise Europe Network. During the coffee break, we will show you videos about Portuguese companies that have already benefited from those programs. And after the break, entrepreneurs Sandra and Dario will share with us their experience. Allow me to conclude by pointing out that this year we actually celebrate the 30th anniversary of the European single market. We are proud of this achievement, which makes everyday life easier for European citizens and businesses and creates jobs and growth in the EU. Our European single market is much more than a legal framework or just a market. It's home to 440 million citizens, 23 million businesses, 15% of global GDP, and it's the world's largest integrated single market. And as such, it's offering a lot of opportunities also for you, Portuguese businesses and financial operators. Our Enterprise Europe Network, the world's largest support network for SMEs, also celebrates its 15th anniversary this year. The network with its local partners in Portugal is certainly the right address for companies to turn to. And with all of this, I wish you an informative and interesting event. Thank you for your attention. Obrigada.
Thank you, Astrid. Thank you very much. And Our next opening speaker is Daniel Rosario. He is Head of Press and Communication at the Commission representation here in Portugal. Daniel is also very experienced and has been working for Commission for many years. He was also working in Brussels as a spokesperson. Please, Daniel.
Thank you, Ula. Bon dia, good morning, everyone. I would like to start by welcoming all the participants, the colleagues coming from Brussels, our local partners, stakeholders, and the participants both here in the room and who are following us online. É com enorme prazer que a representação da Comissão Europeia em Portugal acolhe este evento em Lisboa e agradeço a oportunidade de deixar umas breves palavras aqui no início dos trabalhos. É importante tomar decisões que correspondem a necessidades reais. É importante que anunciar.
It's important to take some measures and to announce some measures to implement those decisions, and it's important to ensure the necessary funding. But it's not enough to make those announcements in Brussels or elsewhere. We have to make sure that the information about those decisions reaches those who need it and those who can make it happen. And so through this work, we contribute to materialize all what the European Commission proposes every day to respond to the concrete needs and wishes of European citizens. And that is precisely why we are gathered here. Astrid has already given a detailed description of what is at stake with the different instruments that will be used in that today. I would like to thank her and return the kind words of thanks to the representation. And also, I'd like to take this opportunity to talk about some plans. We had the recovery and resistance plan corresponding to 7.25% of the GDPs at 2020 approach. The RRP is a Portuguese expression of the Next Generation EU, the cornerstone of the economic and social recovery strategy launched by the Commission. And so we had the plan for the revision of the RRP in Lisbon and also in Brussels. This new proposal wants to improve the value of the plan in 2020 to 22.2 billion. In Brussels, we say that representation of the eyes and the ears of the Commission in the member states. We know that here initially it was called the bazooka. We wait with some curiosity to see how this name will be adapted in view of the significant increase that expected in its 5 part. But besides the RP, we have many foreign support incentives that Portugal and Portuguese companies have benefited. We have the Cohesion Fund with 13.9 billion euros for the financial period of 21-27, which are specific for agriculture, fisheries, transport, science, and research. So besides that, we have technical support instruments in implementation of reforms mechanisms such as SURE, which has been created during the pandemic to mitigate the risk of unemployment. Those funds already subject to horizontal conditions such as rigor and transparency in specific conditions, such as focusing on strategic areas like the ecological and digital trending. So we have to have a political solidarity at a national level on the part of the public authorities. And so we also have the knowledge and capacity at the level of the civil society. And so for this to happen, we have to have access to information finance. So the question of access to finance is a key issue for the successful implementation of such European measures and decisions. And in Portugal, it has an important margin of progress. So we're talking about millions of euros, billions of euros, which represented in this way may, let's say, be given to the Commission. So it's essential that they be translated into projects and investments that correspond to the country's needs and that translate into concrete and tangible benefits in economic recovery, national and European development, and in the improvement of citizens' social conditions. And it is precisely for this that exercises such as the one that brings us together here today are indispensable. Also, because we see and feel that here has a positive impact on their lives. That according to Eurobarometer data, the Portuguese express a positive opinion about the European Union. 61% according to data of March, the second highest figure in the entire Union. So I wish you a fruitful discussion and reiterate that the Commission's representation in Portugal will remain accessible and available for you, whatever is needed. Thank you so much for your attention.
Many thanks, Danielle. Now it's really a pleasure to welcome also João Fonseca Santos. He is the EIB Vice President responsible for Portugal, advisor to him, and he will now deliver us his welcome address. And also important for you to know that João has been working for the EIB, basically European Investment Bank, since 2014, here in Portugal since 2017, and you've been also involved in private equity before.
It's a pleasure to be here and to participate in this so important event. So as to lead competitiveness in here, some challenges for the transition and digital transition. So I'd like to highlight the importance of being here, the role of EIB as in the mobilization of public funds necessary for this change of the paradigm. So I'd like to thank the European Commission or the organizing committee and all the stakeholders for the joint work that we have been done. And today, our focus is the digital impact and this process and the access to financing. So we're going to talk about it and all the barriers that it represents for the European Commission, and we may help to overcome those barriers. So Astrid and now we had some challenges and the pandemics also strengthened it. And so, but we have the promise of the raw materials and also be sure that we had a delay because of this in our investment plans. However, as for the climate changes, we had some clean energy funds may help that in urgent and indispensable measures. So we are within the InvestEU using trying to foster all investors as the previous interventor. I'd like to say that it is a crucial instrument to guarantee to the European Commission private funding and strategies. So we have infrastructure, SMEs, and so on. So our experience in the past and some mechanisms are very important for the public fundings, and so I wish huge success. And we from the EIB group, we are here to support all the initiatives and what will be necessary in this initiative with huge investment. And we want to mobilize over 330 million. So like to count, you can count on EIB. We are counting of 75% of the investments, and we are a public policy bank, and our goal is to implement, to foster policies by means of the different instruments, either funding long-term to the public or private sector, equity, quasi-equity, and with also other partners that are here present and will help us in this path. So I'd like to thank on behalf of Portugal the work that we have been doing since 1977. And we had some infrastructure projects, either large, small companies. We have supported a huge amount of projects, and we had up to 10 billion euros And however, up to the pandemics, we had a large delivery of works, and then we could achieve great results in support the small and medium enterprises. We are confident that such initiatives, such as Green Deal and others, will help also in the investments and will may gather transforming investments, and also we will reach all the commitments, and we also have some ambitions. We had our financial with the fossil fuels. We also, since 2025, had 50% of our reduction of the climate change, and so we have launched an ambitious program, and we are committed to the funding for the clean energy, and also we cannot forget also we have a central pillar, the challenge which are known. We have some companies which have been working with us, and we have the capital, and we had the support of countries as well for us to give some responses, and as the case of different private equity and the funds of investments, and also some partnerships with the European Commission and some investment banks as that helped us to support some programs. So, for instance, we could have initiative in the blue economy, and we had already announced some in order to, and also we had also support some new technologies. So it is important to remind that what is now, we have financed some platforms as well, the floating platforms. So it was a program also with 7 billion euros, and so within the European Commission, and allowed us to not only to launch this project and floating and offshore, but also thanks to what has been evolved, we could take this project and finance by means of it other investors, and we had new 3 new projects as well. And that is why that those initiatives are critical. So by means of this mechanism and this work to attract the private sector, we may bring a new environment for the building and new talents in Europe. And so also to mitigate the risk and have some programs within the EU, and also some financing to the funding to the small, medium, and enterprises, and to support as well the development of several companies. That is what we have done, and also we have this InvestEU program also in Portugal. We have been working with investments, and we had some results with Santander and national banks, and in 2022, we had development of many public funds, and we may strengthen our economy, making it more competitive, resilient, and to bring a new economy based on this changes. The Green Pact may bring new companies and improve the growth. And here in Europe, in Portugal, we may make the difference, and we are here to help you in this achievement. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, João. Thank you, Astrid. Thank you, Danielle, for these opening words. While allowing our opening speakers to leave the stage and the others to come, let me just announce that now we are coming to the first session, where my Commission colleagues will present you the InvestEU program, all 4 windows. And I will just give them a few seconds to take the chairs. So, our first speaker is Michael Feith. Michael is a policy officer, the Director General for Economic and Financial Affairs at the Commission, and Michael has been mainly involved in the setup and the governance of the InvestEU program that we are presenting you today, and he is also a member of the Secretariat of the InvestEU Investment Committee. So, Michael, please, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Sorry for that. So that would have been the first time where I would have no problem with the microphone. But okay, now it works. Yes, I'm give you an overview about the entire program before my colleagues go more into detail. So. Okay, so it was already mentioned, so InvestEU is one of the pillars of the next generation EU, so along with the RRF, the Recovery and Resilience Facility, so we are a bit, let's say, the small brother or sister of the RRF, but small, but I believe very efficient in implementing the targets and the aim of the European Union. So it will help and helps to shift the growth to new green and digital sectors, and also ensuring not to forget the social dimension, and also ensuring a fair growth and implementation. It will help to strengthen the European leadership in research, development, innovation, and also boost the startup ecosystem in Europe. And you know that this was set up in middle of 2020, so in the middle of the COVID crisis. So in the meantime, the world has changed, not really to the better in the moment. So we have more than 1.5 year war in Europe. So in invasion of Russia to Ukraine. And I think we could also help here, I mean, give our contribution as far as possible to also mitigate the economic consequences. So we have the 3 power programs, so Astrid mentioned it already, to get rid of Russian energy and also to move to more sustainable energy production. So we have already project in this direction, and also help in social projects. But looking ahead a bit more, so there was a Green Deal investment plan, a Green Deal industrial plan, so to help European industry to become more climate friendly from production side, but also from the product side, and is also to make them fit for the future. And this is related to initiatives as the European Critical Raw Materials Act, to get also a bit independent from let's say from these raw materials, which is mainly supplied now from far away from the EU. So we have 4 windows to implement. So it's the infrastructure, that's the largest window, and that's next one is research. Then we have something specialized on SMEs, and also not to forget social investment and skills projects. So that's overview on the 3 pillars of the program. The first one is the fund, that's the money, a guarantee fund, but it's also advisory is important, how to structure the projects. And then we have the InvestEU portal. So this, if you have a project where you're looking for finance, for private finance, you can display your project there on the InvestEU portal. So it's independent from any funding from the InvestEU program. It could be funded, but it's not a precondition for that. So the fund was already set. So it's a single fund bringing together previous EU-level instruments. You might know COSME or EASY, the microfinance program, or generally FC or Juncker plan, investment plan for Europe. That's all the same. So this the fund is InvestEU fund is succeeding that. So it's a financial instrument. So it's not there are no grants in, but they are loans. Or equity or guarantees there. So that's important. So it's not a grant program as other programs, let's say the Horizon Europe research program or the regional funds, but it's in the addition to that. And the idea is to give a EU guarantee and then mobilize investments by private and public actors. So it's implemented by financial partners across the EU. So the major and our major and main partner is the EIB group that gets 75% of the guarantee, but other partners are coming in this time, so we want to go a bit more broader also on the geographical outreach. So we have already some projects from the EBRD, the Council of Europe Bank, and national promotional banks. And you heard already that also the Portuguese National Promotion Bank will join us soon. So there's an investment committee which approves projects that receiving budgetary guarantee, and the key figures in the moment, so it looks a bit 11.1 guarantee amount have been already approved. You see the target is 26, so we have almost reached the half of them. We have 88 projects are approved. That contains also framework operations. We have many sub-projects, so I estimate that already 200-300 projects are active under InvestEU. Since, don't know, one year, we just started in March 2022. So we have already 11 implementing partners and 6 advisory partners. All the operations, we have set up a website, a specific website for InvestEU, where you can search for all the operations. You can search by country and topic and so on. And there's also the possibility, they are listed all the implementing partners, starting with the EIB and the EIF, where you have a dedicated landing page where it's described what you have to do if you want finance. We have in parallel, there's something, access to finance website. When you are a small enterprise, please go then directly to the access to finance website. But if you are looking for project finance, please go to this side and then go further to the implementing partner. So it was already mentioned, so it's these new things coming up, Green Deal Industrial Plan and Repower EU. So we are supporting many projects in this direction. So then demonstration project, clean tech, energy efficiency, sustainable infrastructure, and so on. We have here some examples. This is a PCAM. This is also there are parts material that you need for battery production. And we also have a project upcoming even for mining and lithium. I know Portugal has large reservoir of lithium, so that might also come. I mean, we also have this environmental aspect there, of course, but this will become a more important topic, these raw materials. We are also supporting hydrogen mobility. That's a joint venture between a German and a French company. And we have supporting many renewable energy plants across Europe. In Portugal, we have a framework operation, Atlas Iberia, a renewable energy green loan, which is supporting 50 sub-projects in Portugal and Spain to investment loan of the EIB from 400 million euros. And then the Group Growth Blue Fund, which has been already mentioned for the blue economy, support of SMEs, specifically for Iberia, and also innovation program loan that supports research and development in Portugal and Spain, and the unitranche bridge financing, for example. All EIB and EIF projects, the latter one supports also renewable energy. And then I think that was already also mentioned, that's the program is not always implemented directly by the implementing partners, but they are relying on financial intermediaries. And there was recently a deal between the EIF and the Banco BPI. I think we also have some representatives of BPI. Banco BPI today here in the room, so that has been recently signed for the benefit of small and medium-sized enterprises. Then so that was in glance the first pillar, the InvestEU fund. I just come briefly to the advisory. So often a project, you have a project in mind, but it's not bankable, so it's not fully structured. So InvestEU provides help for that to structure your project. It's also interesting, for example, for municipalities which want to go finance something, let's say in the social sector, so even the school or university, and looking for help and maybe private finance, and the advisory hub would help you to structure the project. So it's we have also here some implementing partners, and the largest one is the European Investment Bank, but also others like the CEB and the EBRD and so on will help there in advice. So please just go to the website that I have showed you. There's a wizard, so you type in what you need and you will be directed to the advisory partner. So in the most cases, it's free of charge. So if you are a public entity or a smaller enterprise, so most cases you don't have to pay for it. It depends a bit on the stage how commercial you are. There was the previous program under the investment plan was called InvestEU Advisory Hub, also run by the EIB group, and we have not so many advisory requests received from Portugal, so there's a lot of room for that. So please go to our website, have a look, and just type in, let's say, your project. You could also call there, and then let's see if there could be a help there for your technical and financial advice there. So this is important because often the problem is this what we call the pipeline building. So there are good ideas and there's a lot of need there, let's say, for example, in the social sector, but the people cannot trigger the project, go ahead with the project, and this advisory hub could help there. And just finally, so the third pillar, I said already, it's the InvestEU portal. That's, let's say, a showcase if you have something, if you're an entrepreneur and looking for investors, you can publish a project there, or if you, a city and also looking for a co-investor for something, you can just publish your project there free of charge on the portal. We screen it, the project, a bit that it's, let's say, fulfilling a lot of the criteria of eligibility, and then investors are screened it. So we also, let's say, check a bit the investors, so, and then so we had until now 1,300 projects there, and about 10-15% get funding. I mean, we cannot directly prove that it's coming because it was displayed there on the portal, but let's say there's still a likelihood. So this is also, just have a look on that, and just forward us your project description there. So Portugal, we also have 119 Portuguese projects published on the portal, and many of them in the health sector, so Cerium and Nauda, what we have displayed there. And yes, so let's say if you have something, an idea, something, just go to the portal and have a look. Thanks a lot for your attention.
So thank you, Michael, for the general presentation and the InvestEU program. And now we are moving to the 4 windows. Astrid, you already know, and I invite her again, and she will present you now the SME window of the InvestEU fund. Astrid, the floor is yours again.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, SME window, very important. As Michael has already pointed out, we have a budget, a budgetary guarantee of 6.9 billion euros for the programming period 2021 to 2027. How are we implementing it? Well, the Commission has actually a very strong policy orientation for the SME support. On the 10th of March 2020, which was literally a week before we went into COVID lockdown, we published, as the Commission, the European SME Strategy for a Sustainable and Digital Europe. In that strategy, you'll have a whole section that's dedicated to access to finance. And we've pronounced there that in this programming period, we would be very policy focused, going for supporting the digital and green transition, that we would set up gender smart financing initiatives, build green tech investment platforms, support European IPOs, go and support scale-ups through SCALAR. So we've clearly communicated, let's say, to Europeans what our intentions are. In that strategy, we also lay out that with the help of the financial instruments that we have, we also want to support the objectives of the Capital Markets Union. What is it about? It's about integrating European capital markets much more strongly. Most of it is supported on the legislative side, but we are doing the sort of flanking financing measures as well. And it was clearly spelled out in the SME strategy that the major financial support from the EU-central side would come through the SME window of InvestEU. Then, due to COVID, of course, the Commission actually looked 1 year later and did a review of several strategies, the industrial policy strategy and the SME strategy. And we actually, at the time of the review, came to the conclusion that the strategy we had put out a year earlier was more valid than ever. The only thing we actually added, and that's very important, and we published that as part of the industrial strategy, is that we needed a solvency support instrument, because we knew that during the COVID crisis, a lot of governments had stepped up public support, had given short-term financing for SMEs, so give them working capital that they're able to survive. And we knew that a lot of the SMEs basically had skewed balance sheets, so they were very heavy on short-term financing. They needed to rebalance that into more, shift short-term into long-term. And therefore, we said we would also use the SME window to build a solvency support tool. And then, of course, in March of this year, we published the Critical Raw Materials Act, the Net Zero Industry Act, and that also influences how we implement the instruments. I think this was already alluded to. So if you're an SME or a small mid-cap and you want finance, I can tell you one thing. Do not call Brussels. It's not going to help you. We will send you out into the world. So what do? It was already said, EIB is our main implementing partner. Well, it's the EIB group, because the EIB has, and that you have heard the word, EIF, it has a subsidiary, the European Investment Fund, and it's really the EIF that's specialized in SME finance. How does the EIF work? Well, do not call Luxembourg, because that's where they're located. They also don't give you the financing directly. The EIF publishes calls for expression of interest that are open to financial institutions from across Europe, and then these financial institutions can apply to participate in the programs. Because we strongly believe that SME finance is best given local, in the local legal context, in the local language, and through instruments that really fit the local markets. And so I will show you at the end of the presentation the website where you can actually find the financial intermediaries here in Portugal that are participating in the European programs. From the content side, what have we done? Well, we have so-called debt and we have equity instruments. And let me start with the debt or the guarantee facilities. This time around, we have created 4 separate sub-guarantees, if you so like. So first of all, there is the sustainability guarantee, and that's really brand new. It is what I would call, it's not aligned with the European taxonomy, because we all know that's a very complicated piece of legislation, but it's taxonomy inspired. What does that mean? In the legislation, you see there are a lot of economic activities that can be performed that help companies to go towards net zero. We've looked through the long list of economic activities, picked out those that can meaningfully be performed by SMEs, and then translated that into eligibility criteria. The easiest ones, of course, are the ones where you put photovoltaic on the roof, you acquire electric cars, or you put heat pumps in. But there's quite a plethora of activities that could be performed. And the banks that are participating under the sustainability guarantee, they are the ones selecting in which areas they believe they have clients. So even though I think we have over 50 different eligibility criteria, the banks are not obliged to take the 50. The banks take whatever they think is very useful for their particular market. Then we have the innovation and digitalization guarantee. That's a guarantee we already had in the last programming period. It previously was called the Innofin guarantee under the European Research Program. We've now folded that here under InvestEU. And that really supports SMEs and small mid-caps that embark on innovation or digitalization projects. And in digitalization, it goes as far as also supporting, for instance, an SMEs installing, let's say, cybersecurity projects. Then we are supporting the culture and creative sector, also very important, and we already have financial intermediaries here in Portugal doing that. And then last but not least, we have the SME competitiveness guarantee, and that's really aimed at financial institutions where we say, okay, what is your normal risk appetite in your particular market? And what would you be willing to do extra because you get a European guarantee? And then it's really the EIF in discussions with the financial intermediary. They look at the credit risk policy of these institutions and push them to really either significantly lengthen the periods over which they will provide loans, because banks usually like the short-term loans better than the longer-term loans. The banks are pushed to significantly reduce collateral requirements, or, for instance, finance startups, which they usually loathe to finance because they don't have a financial track record. And it's also as part of the SME competitiveness guarantee where we introduced the new solvency support instrument. So what is it? Well, it's really aimed at those companies that have too much short-term debt on their balance sheet. And it allows banks to refinance, and it's really the only guarantee that allows supporting refinancing of existing loans. Usually we don't do that. But here it's refinancing short-term covered loans, long-term on a subordinated basis. And it can, durations, the bank have to offer at least 3 years minimum, but it can be much longer as long as the banks are willing to go. Then we have the equity products that we're supporting. And I think here I have to point out that we've really teamed up with the research, innovation, digitalization window, because what we've done, we've taken resources from both windows, melted them. The EIB group as such has also put resources on top. So we have, or the EIF has at its disposal a pot of more than 6 billion euros to invest into equity funds in Europe, equity and venture capital. The fund strategies that we would like to have supported by the EIF can be grouped into 4 major categories, and you see them here. on the slide. The first one relates to what we call the enabling sectors and technologies. So that's supporting funds that are active in the area of life science and health, space, defense, industrial technologies, semiconductors, and chips. Then we have the whole block of clean tech, climate solutions, and it's really broad. I mean, decarbonization of industry, mobility, transport, also specific funds that are looking to green the agriculture sector, do something with our food systems, natural capital preservation. So all these type of funds can be supported under that sort of topic. Then we have a third pillar, which is linked to investments in digital and the culture and creative sector. And when I say digital, we're not necessarily looking for the funds building apps on gaming or whatever, but we really want the more specialized funds in the area of AI, blockchain, distributed ledger technology. It can be cybersecurity, quantum computing. But when it comes to culture and creative sector, it can be funds that are active in education tech or more broadly in that space. And then last but not least, and very important, and this is where we have the link to the Capital Markets Union policy of the Commission, those funds that really support the Capital Markets Union objectives, where about or after the integration of the European capital markets. So these are all the funds that are willing to invest into companies on a cross-border basis. They can be located anywhere in the Union. Actually, we have quite a few that are located in Luxembourg for tax reasons, but they are not going to invest in Luxembourg, but go across various jurisdictions, because we believe that really leads to sort of standardization of documentation, and it really fosters the integration. In that space, the EIF is also supporting something which is a little bit, let's say, newer to Europe, and those are the so-called debt funds. So that can be senior debt funds or the more bespoke debt funds. They emerged after the financial crisis, the big one that we've seen, and they are a great alternative for SMEs and small mid-caps looking for debt finance. We know that in Europe, companies are very largely reliant on the banking sector. That's usually the first port of call. If they're looking for money, they go to the banks. But these debt funds are actually much more flexible. They can offer much more bespoke transactions, they longer-term transactions. So we are quite keen to see them supported as well. What we've also given the EIF, sort of as targets and objectives, are what we call horizontal policy objectives, and those are the ones you see on the slide in the middle. First and foremost, the Gender Smart Initiative. What is that about? Well, if you look at statistics, you see that equity in VC finance, you know, if €1 is invested, 90% of those investments, 90%, end up in companies that have all male founders, no diversity. 9% goes to mixed teams and 1% to female founders. I'm not saying that because I'm a woman, but actually it's not such a smart investment strategy, because if you look at statistics in terms of returns, you see that companies that have mixed founding teams or female founders, they actually do perform better on average. So it's a sound economic rationale that drives us to target these gender smart investments. And what we've done is we've set the EIF a target of at least 25% of all of the funds they will be investing in have to comply with gender smart criteria. That means that at the level of the fund, where you actually usually have only male decision makers, we want to see either mixed teams, so also female general partners involved in the funds, females that also sit on the investment teams of those funds. I mean, we're not looking only for all female teams. This is not what it's about, but it's about this really getting this mix clear, because we believe if the decision makers of the funds are mixed or you have females there, that also will have direct consequences on the portfolio companies they're picking for investments. And we believe that logically more money will flow into these companies. Then we also want to make sure that, and that's more aligned with the capital markets union objective, we have a more balanced VC market and private equity market in Europe. Right now you see some countries that are very strong, some regions that perform very strong, the Benelux, the Nordics, DACH region. There's very little money flowing into Eastern or Southern Europe, Portugal also being one of the targets, and we have that you see them, we have what we call the European Innovation Scoreboard, and there are different classifications of the countries and the emerging innovator countries, so that are basically Central Southern Europe. We have given the EIF a target to really make sure that they pick funds that go and invest in those regions. Then we have, for the first time, the EIF should also be targeting those funds that help companies to IPO, and preferably IPO, so go to the public market in Europe. And last but not least, we have created the European Escalar initiative, which is a way that the EIF shares risks with other private investors in a fund. Usually, the EIF will always invest on a pari passu basis. Yeah, so it's a limited partner, just like anyone else. But under the Escalar model, the EIF will invest into a different share class than the other investors. Actually, the EIF is more protected, so they're like a senior investor. That means it's a little bit more risk for the private investors. So if the fund doesn't perform well, the EIF shares get paid back first, so the Escalar shares. However, if the fund does very well, the EIF shares only earn a hurdle rate, and all the remainder of the upside is for the private investors and the other investors in the fund. So that's really sort of a kicker, and we hope that really incentivizes more private and public investors to go into those funds. And as I promised you, here's the website. So if you're an SME, small mid-cap, you want to see who are the financial intermediaries, either on the debt or on equity side, that are participating in InvestEU, but also in other European programs. This is the portal you go to. You click on your country. I mean, on the first landing page, you would see a map of Europe. You click on Portugal. You can then select whether it's debt, equity, innovation, finance, and then you see who are the institutions you should be turning to for money. Thank you.
Thank you, Astrid. Our next speaker is Cvetko Velikov. He will explain and bring you closer to sustainable infrastructure window. Cvetko works in the Commission's Department for Energy, and he also works in that department for the coordination with the EIB group. Please, Cvetko.
I think, yes, the mic is working. I'll give a short presentation about the sustainable infrastructure window, one of the 4 windows under the InvestEU program. The previous speakers already mentioned the 2 objectives, or if we can say 2 objectives of the InvestEU program. So we have an investment. This is a program about investment, so we aim to mobilize 370 billion euro on the ground, and the sustainable infrastructure window is largely contributing to that, but also we aim to achieve some policy objectives. And actually, in the beginning of my presentation, I'll give you a flavor about the specific policy objectives, if I may say so, under this window, because you see all policy windows go quite broad. The previous presentation already illustrated that how broad we go in the area of the SME window. And now here, if I want to just give you the essence, but what about the sustainable infrastructure window? Where are these policy priorities stemming from? One big chunk of policy priorities are embedded in what we call Fit for 55 legislation. This was a rather ambitious package tabled by the Commission in 2021. on which the Council achieved, which the Council approved in April 2023, set of legislative proposals summarized in this hive that you see on the slide that aims to prepare the European Union, all member states, to reduce the CO2 emissions by 55% by 2030. And inside the hive, you're going to see, for example, the various pieces of EU legislation, including the Energy Efficiency Directive, including the Renewable Directive, and many others. Let me see. Yes, this goes back. Now I go front. Aha, great, great, great. Back and forth. Okay. The previous speakers mentioned the climate change, the Repower EU plan, the Green Deal industrial plan. Behind all these are very concrete policy priorities which InvestEU is aiming to achieve. And how? For example, under the InvestEU, we have a specific climate target, climate and environmental target of 30%, to which we are aiming to which the project should contribute. And under the sustainable infrastructure window, this target is doubled to 60%. So yes, it sounds a bit abstract now, but it doesn't sound abstract when project for energy efficiency comes for financing, for example, to the EAF, and this project needs to achieve minimum 30% energy targets. It's quite ambitious, actually, quite ambitious. And here is when we give this concrete example is to make the parallel. InvestEU is supported by the EU budget, is supported by EU taxpayers' money. We are here to achieve those policy objectives. We are not here to finance everything. We're not here to finance, of course, everything that the grants can finance under the RRF and under the cohesion policy. We're here to acknowledge that there are certain market failures, some suboptimal investments, and some green investments which do not always attract private capital, and we are here to cover a specific market niche. I'm coming from Directorate General for Energy. We can talk about energy quite long, but actually the sustainable infrastructure window is much broader, and not everything that is energy is green. So the sustainable infrastructure window, if we are going to sum up the three main priorities that it supports, I would say we go for green, digital, and strategic investments. So it's much broader. It's also for digital investments. It's also for connectivity. It's much more. We are intervening across the whole European Union, including in Portugal, but including also in the other member states. So the policy objectives are quite broad. The final recipients, accordingly, are quite broad. And while we are supporting some and we are financing some standalone project promoters through the mechanism which Astrid already mentioned, through the implementing partners, down through the financial intermediaries. There are also some corporate projects. There are also some SPVs which are supported. The next slide is going to say that, okay, we work through implementing partners, and our large implementing partner is the EIB group. But with all of them, we are discussing specific financial products, and these products contain, among other elements, the policy priorities, which translate all these EU priorities into specific policy objectives that we aim to achieve. And this slide presents the products of the EIB group, which are grouped in three main groups. We have the thematic products in the green square, which are essentially taking high risk and to which we attribute higher amount of the EU guarantee, and then we have the next group of projects, which are the general debt, the climate and infrastructure group, the sustainability guarantee, and the equity sub-products, where the amount of EU guarantee is lower and the risk is relatively lower. Now, you also see in the brackets that that the division among, that sometimes there are several policy windows. For example, the sustainability guarantee that intervene. For example, the sustainability guarantee is supported both by the SME window and the sustainable infrastructure window. So it's not so much compartmentalized, if I may say so. And then Michael was mentioning that we have the advisory hub. So here are the specific advisory initiatives which we have under this policy window. If we had more time, I would have listed for you the specific products for each and every implementing partner which we have. And we have already quite many. And these are all for you to have a look. We're going soon to have also a Portuguese implementing partner. So we look forward to see the implementation. My last slide is going to refer to some projects which you can already find in this database on the InvestEU website, which my colleague Michael showed you. I'd love to go into details in each and every of them. They were selected to show you the different policy areas that we are supporting. I have put them here on the slide so that you can have a look. I'll mention that we have also a specific one for Spain and Portugal, Aquila Clean Energy platform, which went under this Atlas Iberia project, which Michael mentioned. So what this platform did, it mobilized 2 billion euro for Spain and Portugal for investments in renewables. Out of this amount, 400 million euro is an EIB loan, and only this EIB loan is supported by InvestEU. But the availability of this loan essentially allowed this 2 billion euro to be mobilized. And then this project, why it matters? It matters because it would allow, once investments are done, that we have 2.6 gigawatt of renewable energy generated. My colleagues have calculated that this is the equivalent of the annual energy consumption of 1.4 million people. So you can imagine how important it is, especially in the context of the energy crisis. I'll stop here, and I'll be happy to take some questions now or in the coffee break. Rather in the coffee break, I think.
Thank you, Cvetko. Yes, we will take questions later after this session. We got some questions already on the sliders, so definitely there will be question time. But yeah, we need to kind of advance faster, and it's my role as moderator to remind all the speakers, incoming ones, to be short and sharp, and hopefully we will reach the target of keeping the schedule. Anyway, Ruben Rebelo, he's back to the country he knows best. And he works in Commission Department for Employment and Social, and he's responsible for social finance in this department, and he will explain to us basically the social and skills window. Please, Ruben.
Olá, bom dia a todos, and thank you, Ula. O meu nome é Ruben Rebelo, eu trabalho na Direção-Geral para Assuntos Sociais, Emprego e Inclusão.
My name is Ruben Rebelo. I work within the European Commission, Director General of Employment, Social Affairs and Inclusion. And, who is in this room working with these actions in the social window? Maybe after my presentation, you may work. So let's start with this social window. We have invested 2.78 million euros and a huge investment. So as my colleagues also said, for the social window, the great word is concerned with the pillar of social rights. It's a pillar that has principles and social rights, and we want to have Europe more inclusive, and also we have the right to new opportunities and new health and employment issues. So we have adopted implementation, a work plan to implement this pillar. And in this working plan, we have three major objectives, very concrete objectives. The first one is related to labor. So we have 78% of the employment, and secondly, we had 60% of the adult population would have a training, and last but not least, 15 million people in poverty situation or social exclusion. So those were the major objectives, and we have the rights in these pillars, and we created the structure, and so it was according to this that we want to work. We have three major pillars. We have microfinance, social enterprise, social impact innovation. Second one, education, training, and skills. And the third one, social infrastructure, education, and health care. So very shortly, I'd like to show the products that we have. Let's start with the first one, microfinance. So we have in this product, we have been working with microcredit of up to 50,000 euros. This is a loan up to this value, and the policy objective is to promote quality, sustainable employment, and social inclusion by supporting job creation and income generating activities. So the beneficiaries, the target beneficiaries are micro entrepreneurs who want to start up or develop micro enterprise. And as for the conditions for the financing investments, we have the provision of non-financial services such as business development, service mentoring, coaching, and training, and also intermediaries in order to have, they have to follow an European Code of Good Conduct. So we have this mechanism. So next, we have the social enterprise. It's important to say that in this case, we're based on some criteria. The first one is concerning the major goal, which is we have to have the social impact, and this social impact may influence also the environmental impacts. Secondly, the company has maybe profitable, but it should use its funds to achieve its primary social objectives. Then it has to be managed in an entrepreneurial, participatory, accountable, and transparent manner, and working with the stakeholders, customers, and involving workers. The policy objective is to enhance the potential of SE in promoting active labor market participation, creating jobs, and building a fair and more inclusive union. And the target beneficiaries are the companies in need of up to 2 million euros, with a focus on the smaller tickets up to 500,000. So we have different options. No, following with social impact and innovation, we have here theme which has been developed in here, and we have social impact. The beneficiaries are companies, impact-driven enterprises with a balance in social impact, including environmental dimension, and we have equity, intermediate equity, including innovative delivery methods such as social outcome contracting as well for this kind of implementation. Now, if on the second hand, the second pillar have education, training, and skills, and we have two kinds of beneficiaries. You have the youngs, within education framework, and we have the small medium enterprises that want to invest in the upskilling or reskilling of the employees, and which economic activity is available. So we have finally This is the last product. It is the capacity building, which is a product that is focused on the financing of microfinance, social enterprise skills, and education finance providers. And the main goal is to foster by means of loans and to develop the organization. So we have to strengthen also the operation institution capabilities and to reinforce their capabilities. Well, just to conclude, we have the InvestU Advisory Hub. You have already heard about it in the previous presentations. So this is a very important initiative since we have been educating, we have some social companies that are in need of this service and other more than traditional companies. We have in all the areas, all the advisory initiatives, not only to reinforce the capacity, but also to help in the implementation, preparation, development, and implementation of investment plans. So we have those windows that are given by this advisory hub. Well, I was very fast, but you have this presentation which is available online. So if you have any questions, I will be here available for your questions. Thank you so much.
Covering investments into research and innovation and digitalization. We have our colleague Johan Brodersen, who works as investment manager in the European Innovation Council and SME Executive Agency. And Johan is today with us from his Brussels office. Obviously, as you've probably see that we have only 4 speakers on the stage here, but Johan is with us. And please, Johan, over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I work for DG Research, and I'm very happy to speak here, rounding up the quality presentations of my colleagues. Can I have the first slide, please? So what we are seeing is, in order to bring about the green transition and the sustainable developments laid out by Svetko and Astrid so wisely, is that we need innovation. And if you are in this field, rest assured that the policymakers have made a decision to give a dedicated window to innovation. And we in turn have said that innovation is best helped by partnering with the sustainable infrastructure window and with the SME window. So wherever your objective of your company or your project is, there will be a way to find financing in that in order to reduce what you see in front of you, the very large investment gap that we face in Europe in order to keep Europe at the forefront of the innovation. Next slide, please. So you will also see here that we have a very wide aspect of topics as research and innovation and digital policy priorities, which cover green, digital, health, which was a bit under-mentioned by colleagues, and an area which we call strategic. Strategic is in gray, but it's a very colorful element as it comprises space, defense, and also key enabling technologies, which we mean the industry of the future, Industry 5.0. So here we can have a lot of opportunities for your project or for your company, be it SME or large scale, to find funding opportunities backed by the guarantee. Next slide, please. I will only mention here the general debt products, which we have set up with the EIB and the future implementing partner from Portugal, which was mentioned already, IDEA. So the objective is to de-risk, so take more risk than a normal bank would take, and then we will be able to allow more projects, and this will allow then to achieve the transition more easily. How is it done? It can be done with loans from the EIB if a certain size is achieved. but they can also do venture debt. Venture debt is a specific kind of loan, which is going even deeper into the risk area, and it can cover up to 50% of the identified R&D project costs. You see that as financial recipients, we target almost everyone active in the research and innovation and digitization field, and the terms can be structured to mimic the research needs and the project rollout needs. Next slide, please. Yeah, so in the EIB instrument, we have the innovative investments, and the sectors match the sectors I've shown you before. And we do what we have to do in order to make the project rollout a success with the partners. And we are building, exactly as said before, on the previous products, which have helped us to indeed make a dent into research deployment. Next slide, please. And in closing, we also want to point out that maybe the advisory needs for a research project might be higher than in other fields. So here again, we have to point you to the advisory initiatives which are there in order to bring your project, your company to the right spot in the InvestEU arena. Therefore, there is advisory for the project to build capacity, to have a program running. And also in research, we are acutely aware that gender issues are of great concern to us. There are wonderful talents which we have in Europe, which for the moment do not see their way to financing. So we want to address this and are therefore committed to address this project as well. So that's all from my side. I hope I didn't overrun my time allocated, and let's have your questions, which I think is very important to make it interactive.
Thank you very much, Jochen. Now, you are really short and up to the point. Thank you very much. Yes, we got a few questions already on Slido from our online participants. And if we can spare some of minutes before we continue with the EIF colleagues. So the first one was that during Horizon 2020, Portugal benefited from Innofin Debt, Innofin SME Guarantee Facility. Under the InvestEU, there are similar schemes for highly innovative SMEs. I guess, Astrid, would you like to take one? This one? Yeah?
Well,
or Jochen as well, of course, from research.
Horizon is the research program, and indeed Horizon Europe does cater, as did Horizon 2020, for these needs. And I think we have even more targeted the offer and enlarged the offer. So we feel happy to provide these good services.
Thank you, Jochen. There is one more question then actually on Horizon 2020. It's even more specific, that there were early stage equity schemes like Innofin Venture Capital and Innofin Technology Transfer, and that there are similar schemes under InvestEU focused on high-tech SMEs. Basically, this is the question. Are there similar schemes under the InvestEU focused on the high-tech SMEs? As you said, there is even much more. Could you?
Yeah. So later in today's program, you will hear my colleague Rebecca de Sancho Madral explaining the EIC Accelerator Scheme, which provides a combination of grant and equity support to highly innovative companies. But rest assured that the selection of funds investing in Portugal through the EIF mechanism, be it either through the SME instrument or through joint products from SME and our research, innovation, and digital window, will also prioritize innovative companies so that here funding is provided.
Thank you very much, Jochen. We have one more question, even though that we are taking your time now, but I think it's still important to touch that one. Namely that in terms of geographical distribution of the InvestEU pipeline, how could Ukraine green transition be implemented? And I think Astrid is eager to answer this one.
Yeah. Okay. Well, actually, InvestEU is a program that's meant for the member states. And actually Iceland and Norway are going to join it. But at the level of the Commission, we also have a budgetary guarantee program that's for outside the EU. It's NDICI. That's the abbreviation for it. And there's a so-called EFSD Plus guarantee available. And programs that cover Ukraine are already up and running. So support is available, but it's outside the InvestEU program.
Thank you very much, Astrid. Now, before concluding this one, just a reminder for the speakers that you will need to leave the stage now to, to empty the chairs. And from all the talking about the InvestEU program and the fund, now we are moving to the session on the InvestEU implementation, because you need to get information from the first hand, how are the debt and equity instruments implemented and offered to Portugal. So I am welcoming now on the stage Laura, and I apologize for the surname because I don't know how to pronounce it, Giro, and Diana Patrascu from the European Investment Fund, and Teresa Montes from the local bank, their local partner. And not to be too long, and to gain some time, actually, I'll give the floor now. We are all ladies here, so we are really gender balanced at this event. I immediately give the floor to Diana and Laura with their InvestEU presentation. Oh, the beamer, okay.
Okay. Hi everyone. Is it working? Yeah, now it is. Good morning, and thanks a lot for the opportunity to present to you what we are doing under InvestEU at the European Investment Fund. Together with my colleague Diana, we'll give you a brief overview of our InvestEU products. And this is, of course, an invitation for you to reach out to us to explore more details after this event. Is it, sorry. Yes. So, again, you've heard all this from our Commission colleagues, but as a reminder, the InvestEU Fund provides for an EU guarantee of 26.2 billion euros that will mobilize public and private resources of 372 billion euros in the four policy windows of InvestEU that you have already heard about before, so sustainable infrastructure, the SME window, the research, innovation and digitalization, and social investments and skills window. Important to note that we have started with InvestEU in 2021, but this will run through 2027. And since the applications, the calls of expression of interest are open, and as you have seen from my Commission colleagues, the implementation is going fast, I think today is an invitation for you to speed up with your applications. Again, the EIF is the largest implementing partner of InvestEU. So the European Commission has mandated to us 11 billion out of the 26.2 billion of the InvestEU guarantee for implementation through our equity and guarantee products. And together with the EIB, so the EIB group, we will be implementing the 75% of the InvestEU. It's a continuation of the products we had before, that they were deriving resources from the previous programming period of the European Commission. And the aim with InvestEU was to simplify the process and allow for cross-fertilization of the policy windows to be used within our products. My colleague Diana will explain you the next couple of slides.
Hello? Okay, good. Good morning from my side as well. So as Astrid was rightfully pointing out, so EIF's business model is an intermediated business model. So basically, we're reaching out to small mid-caps and to SMEs through our financial intermediaries. We have our principal risk-sharing instruments. They are both guarantees, so portfolio guarantees, and also equity investments. On the portfolio guarantee side, basically what we're doing, we're offering portfolio guarantees to our financial intermediaries, which are financial institutions, banks, and non-banks, for them to lend to the final recipients. On the equity investment sides, we are working with the financial intermediaries that are VC funds, PE funds, debt funds, and climate and infrastructures, and we invest alongside other investors in these funds and as a limited partner. We have, so both our portfolio guarantees and our equity instruments, they are organized across thematics. So we have a wide range of thematics that reach out for the EU policy goals. So basically we have the climate and sustainability, and here we are looking at green innovation and green transformation to contribute to the EU Green Deal. Then we have innovation and digitalization to fuel the product and competitiveness of SMEs and of small mid-caps. Then the growth and competitiveness, this is for higher risk and high growth, a smaller company for European competitiveness. Then the social impact, inclusion, skills and educations, and here we're looking at micro enterprises, the social enterprises, as well as students, learners, and learning providers. And then culture and creativity to boost the culture and creativity sector. And now I hand it over for a more in-depth presentation on the equity products that we offer.
As a recap, the two line of services, the main ones we have, it's guarantees and equity. So for the equity now, as you can see on the slide, we have 5 vertical thematics through which we are investing the InvestEU resources. We have available roughly 6 billion euros to invest across the Capital Market Union, the enabling sectors, the climate and environmental solutions, digital and CCS, the cultural and creative sectors, and social investments and skills. And how do we invest those? We invest as limited partners in venture capital funds, in private equity funds, and debt funds. And for an investment to be made available, as I said before, any fund that is interested to benefit from an investment of InvestEU needs to apply through our calls for expression of interest. So they can apply for Capital Market Union if they want, if it's a fund supporting growth capital, then to enabling sectors. That the aim of this vertical is to support and contribute and sustain the EU's technological sovereignty, meaning that investments need to be made in target areas like life sciences and health, critical, no, I need to check my notes for this, sorry. So the critical industries and sectors, semiconductors and chips, microchips and technologies, space, defense, etc. Then for the climate and environmental solutions, the aim is to support investments into clean technologies and environmental sustainability solutions. Then for the digital and CCS is all about investments through funds always into blockchain, AI, distributed ledger technologies like blockchain, edtech, but also the cultural and creative sectors. And then finally, we have the social investment and skills window, which is about investments into impact-driven companies, social enterprises, and education and skills. Then On the next slide, as already mentioned before, on top of these primary verticals that we have, the InvestEU aims to support through significant investments, so higher investment tickets, some transversal policy objectives. Some of them you can see on the slides, and some of them are supported through dedicated products. Some others are supported through our normal InvestEU equity product, but with a higher investment ticket. The scale-up is supported under the SCALAR, the mechanism of which was explained before by Astrid, and the aim is to support scale-ups, and for that, we at the IF we take a different class of shares than other limited partners to allow for the upsides to be distributed to the other limited partners if the fund is successful. Then we support the pre and post IPO by investments into funds that are supporting companies through their listing process. Then we give higher tickets for investments made into the moderate and emerging innovator countries as defined by the EU's Innovator Scoreboard. And Portugal is one of those, so any fund that will invest in Portugal actually may be eligible for a higher ticket. And of course, we have the gender smart criteria because we want to support more diversity in leadership positions in investment funds. There are others as well that you can see on our website, like support to first-time teams. And we are just scratching the surface today, but we are available to look at every aspect of this transversal criteria afterwards. Finally, to complete the palette of our equity products, we have, for the first time at the IF, an infrastructure, support to infrastructure funds. So we have the climate and infrastructure fund product, which unlike the climate and environmental solution vertical under our main InvestEU equity product that invest into into funds that invest into SMEs, this one, so the climate and infrastructure fund product invests into infra funds that they are then investing into backbone infrastructure and industrial ecosystems. So it's about larger investments. Finally, how do we invest in a fund? As I said, first we need to receive an application. And once we receive an application, we need to examine it very thoroughly. And we are using the methodology that you can see on this slide, embedding into our investment methodology, of course, the criteria, the terms and conditions of InvestEU in this case. So we look at the why, the who, the what, and how these parameters can interplay together for a successful investment activity. We look at precisely the team and the track record, the investment parameters, so where the fund will invest, in which sectors, why, so is there enough market opportunity for this investment proposal, and eventually all these three parameters, they need to translate to a successful or potentially successful investment proposal. This is finally our investment process. So we go through 4 steps. One is the first one is the sourcing, part of which I will say is today's event. So we actively promote our products so that the market knows what is available. We also spread the words through our different networks, but of course proposals can also reach out to us through our call for expression of interest from teams and funds that they have heard about our products elsewhere. Then the first step after the proposal, which is the second step of our investment process, is the screening. This comprises of desk research and in some cases like a preliminary call for the fund to introduce briefly the proposal and for us to also explain our investment process and practices. And after that, we move on to our due diligence process, which it's known as a seal of approval because it's very strict. And so once we invest and once a fund passes through successfully our due diligence, this is giving a signaling effect most of the times for other private investors to also invest into that fund that we have approved and selected for investment. This is one of the key roles of EIF, being a catalyzer and a cornerstone investor in funds. After the due diligence and hopefully the successful and positive outcome, we continue with the legal negotiations where all the terms of conditions are set, and then the funding agreement is finally signed, where our investment is made to a fund, as we said, in the form of a limited partnership. The calls for expression of interest are on our website, and we can direct you there. Finally, what's the status right now, actually as of end of May in Portugal under InvestEU? We have signed 128 million euros into 4 funds. The growth fund was mentioned before, that is targeting blue economy, but we have another 3 actually. It's a mixture of first-time teams, established and emerging teams, and a mixture also of the thematic areas that are covered through these investments that you can see on the slide. And with this 128 million, we will support a cumulative target fund size of 450 million. So these 4 funds together will make investments of this magnitude. This is the leverage effect of financial instruments. And I'm passing on the floor now to my colleague Diana for the guarantee part.
Thank you. Thanks, Laura. And now for a closer look at our guarantee products. So the EIF has available under InvestEU 6 portfolio guarantee products. Most of them are a continuation from the previous MFF. So we start with the SME competitiveness, which is dedicated to SMEs. It's basically, it boosts access to finance to higher risk SMEs. Also, it provides for improved access, improved lending for SMEs in the sense of lower collateral requirements or extended maturities. Also financing to startups or subordinated loans. And then under the SME competitiveness, what I didn't say is that it is a continuation of COSME from the previous MFF, but there is an addition compared to COSME, and this is the solvency support instrument that Astrid was also mentioning. So here we are also supporting the recapitalization and the solvency of SMEs that were hit by COVID. The next one is the innovation and digitalization portfolio guarantee product. This is the continuation of InnoFin-SMEG to answer also the question that was on slide before. So innovation and digitalization product is the continuation of InnoFin-SMEG. They're basically more or less the same eligibility criteria. Here we are looking at innovative enterprises, at innovation, so investments in innovation to improved services, improved products, intellectual property, fast-growing enterprises, research and innovation intensive enterprises. It also has the digitalization criteria, which helps investments for SMEs and small mid-caps in the digitalization of the companies. The next one is the culture and creative sector. Again, a continuation from the previous MFF. In the previous MFF, it was called the CCS guarantee. So here we are supporting investments in the multimedia, audiovisual, architecture, visual arts. Then I'll skip to the microfinance and social portfolio guarantee, which is a portfolio guarantee, is a continuation of EASY from the previous MFF, and it helps, so it provides for investments to microfinance, to social enterprises. And then we have the skills and education. We had a pilot in the previous MFF as well, dedicated to skills and education. So here we are looking at students, learners, but also learning providers, and also the enterprises that want to invest in the reskilling and the upskilling of their workforce. I left it for last, but certainly not least, the sustainability guarantee. This is our brand new product. The sustainability guarantee is dedicated to sustainable and green investments, but also to sustainable enterprises. It was indeed the eligibility criteria were designed in the spirit of the EU taxonomy for sustainable finance, dedicated, but specifically dedicated and tailor-made for SMEs and small mid-caps. Again, the eligibility criteria, they look across all the 6 taxonomy pillars. So we have a wide range of criteria that look at climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation. We're looking at biodiversity restoration, circular economy, so everything that is pollution prevention and control, so everything that you have within the taxonomy pillars. And it also has a social angle, and that's why we call it the sustainability guarantee. It has a social angle with the social accessibility criteria. Here you can see a comparison of our guarantee products with their key features. The big novelty under InvestEU compared to the previous MFF is that now our financial intermediaries, they can apply in one go to several products. So basically they can choose the type of instrument, whether they want a capped or an uncapped portfolio guarantee, and then they can choose several thematics. And we have seen that this actually, so the FIs actually like this feature. The capped portfolio guarantee, what does it mean that it's a capped portfolio guarantee? So basically we are covering the losses of our financial intermediary on a loan-by-loan basis, subject to a guarantee rate, and not more than the cap amount. So we have a maximum cap amount, which is set at the expected losses of the portfolio. In the case of the uncapped portfolio guarantee, we cover all the losses of our financial intermediaries, again, of course, subject to a guarantee rate. You will see that the portfolio guarantee, so the products that we have under the SME and SIW window, infrastructure window, they are the only ones that are uncapped. The capped portfolio guarantee we have across all of our products. The guarantee rates, they differ depending on the type of product. So we have 50% when it comes to SME competitiveness, except for the higher risk category 3, which is actually the solvency support instrument. And here we have up to 70% guarantee rate. And then we range up to an 80% guarantee rate for the social products, and also for the sustainability guarantee when we are targeting natural persons or housing associations. Also, we have a higher we offer a higher guarantee rate when we have final recipients that are from cohesion or just transition regions. We charge a guarantee fee for our products, which is 20 basis points for the cap portfolio guarantee, and it's 75 basis points for the uncapped portfolio guarantee, except for subordinated transactions. And in the case of subordinated transactions, so subordinated debt, there we have a 120 basis points guarantee. In the case of the social products, they are free of charge. Here you can see that we have a very wide range of final recipients. So depending again on the type of product, we have SMEs for the SME competitiveness. Then in the case of sustainability guarantee, we look at SMEs, small mid-caps, natural persons, and housing associations. For the innovation and digitalization, we support both SMEs and small mid-caps. In the case of cultural and creative, we look at SMEs, small mid-caps, and small public enterprises. For micro and social, it's micro and social enterprises. And then in the case of skills and educations, we have SMEs. So as I was saying, the companies that want to invest into their in the skills of their workforce, the natural persons for the students, small mid caps and small public enterprises. We have quite aligned across the products. So we have a maximum debt financing principle. So basically the maximum loan amount can be of 7.5 million for when we're talking about private financial intermediaries, and up to 2 million for national promotion banks or institutions. And then in the case of micro and social, we have 50,000 for microfinance and 2 million for the social entrepreneurship. And for the skills and education, 30,000 for students and 2 million for all the other categories. In terms of maturities, generally it's 12 months, the minimum, except for the solvency support instrument, where we have a minimum maturity of 3 years, and the micro and social entrepreneurship, where we are looking at minimum 3 months. So how to apply? We have published last year the call for expression of interest. So basically the interested financial intermediaries, they can go to our website. They have there all the term sheets of our products, and also the annexes that they need to complete so that they can apply. We have received a lot of interest also in Portugal. So we encourage you, if you haven't applied yet, to do so. We have the call for expression of interest open up until the 30th of June 2027. And just a short implementation status in Portugal as of May. So here we have 3 banks that we have already signed with. They're in alphabetical order. So it's BPI, Caixa Geral, and then Santander. They have together, they have all the thematic guarantees thematic guarantee products covered. So basically, they are all these products are available in Portugal. So SME competitiveness, sustainability, innovation and digitalization, culture and creative, microfinance and social and skills and education. And based on the amounts that were signed currently with these financial intermediaries, we expect to see debt financing to be supported to final recipients of around 800 million euros. And with this, I thank you, and I pass over to Teresa. Thanks a lot.
Before, I would just also like to say thank you, Laura, for explaining the role that basically the EIF is playing as the cornerstone investor as regards the equity products. And Diana, thank you very much for the detail. I think that the last slide was a perfect transition now to speak directly to Teresa Montes. She is Deputy General Manager at Caixa Geral International Relations Division, and Teresa has over 20 years of experience in managing client relationship within the payment international management business. And it's really a pleasure to have you here, because you will now really explain how one of the 3 banks that have signed the deal, how really works this in practice with the Portuguese and for the benefit of the Portuguese companies. Thank you.
Bom dia, eu vou falar em português.
Good morning, speak in Portuguese. I'll try to speak. Well, I'm not sure. Within my 10 minutes, we in Portugal, we speak very fast, and sometimes it is not the adequate for the translation. So first of all, I'd like to thank you for the invitation, and also to be here and to share with you our path, what we have been doing within the Caixa Geral de Depósitos, and the idea is with the partnerships that we have. Our experience with the EIB group and with the fund, we have already implemented some activities, and the relation with the fund in the last 5 years has proven some excellent results, and in terms of guarantee programs, and also we have been talking about the fund and EIB, but in the windows of a guarantee, we have distributed in different programs and different aims. So that's why we are supported by this guarantee. We have been allowed the financing of companies, national companies in different areas, and they could implement the strategies and some investments. So this is the major objective of my presentation. I'd like to talk about this program in the Caixa Geral de Depósitos, and also some of you know very well the CGD, and as we call it here in Portugal, Caixa Geral de Depósitos, and so maybe you have already been in contact with us. So I hope that we will have some outstanding results, but which is the major aspect of our work. I'd like to present you a panorama, an overview of what we do. The Caixa, as we call it, it's a universal bank. It's a leader in the Portuguese market. We have some actions, shares, significant shares, 23% of loans, which is what interests us most. And we have some deposits, 33% of the national market. We, as we know, also we are owned by 60% by the government, and so we have the participation in the state, and we didn't have any intervention. It's a bank in which we have 147 years already, so we have all the experience, and so we have in Portugal 6.7 million customers, and we have also been working in accordance with the Portuguese law, and we have a network of 800 agencies, branches, 456 in Portugal. So we have national branch office. We are scattered in 14 countries. It is a very known bank in Portuguese. So after those words, introductory words, I'd like to share with you some figures and some ideas here in order to launch some offers for the next years. Before continue, I'd like to say that we work with funds within the windows of guarantees. We also, I'd like to share with you the work that has been undertaken in this guarantee windows that we have seen in the previous slides, and what we have been working now in the Caixa for the national companies, to help the national companies. It is due to its importance and to its capital within the Portuguese market. You may see, let's start sharing here some schemes. We are prepared to all the windows in terms of investments. We have signed and fund, very successful fund, and we have now launched 7 different windows, 5 lines geared to the guarantees. And here we have a snapshot of the 5 activities, 5 lines of activities, and I'd like to detail a little bit, but not too much. So this will be available for you if you need. And so those are the products we have. They are all together in the Invest EU program, and so we may see the relation between them. So this is a little bit of the picture that we have in as we prepare ourselves for a better future. We have launched, and based on the innovation and digitalization windows, this program we are geared to the recipients, and we have a maximum capital of 7.5 million, and we have a deadline of 12 years. So this is intended that we may get some more detailed information of all these bids and offers and projects. So here we have the main objective, the main goal here in terms of innovation. We have been talking about all the products, and we have been working with the guarantees and in the InvestEU fund. And so we have the same goals as previously explained. And we also have the guarantee associated to the innovation, so 70%, the guarantee of 70%. And we have also a deadline of up to 12 years, and also have the green, which is based on the sustainability activities and transformation. If you have any questions, you may ask me later on. I may answer you in terms of all the offers, and but I didn't want to detail here now, but I'm available. And here you have the definition, the major figures. We have the start, you start, and we have the social project, also activities, and we have already been working with that. When we keep on, we have the social project here, social activities. We have talked about it late before, and also we have the IPSS, and we have also part of some creative sectors and their skills, and we're still in standby, we're still waiting and for the conclusion of it. But now we have some other differentiated guarantees in the skills windows, which have been explained previously, and also some offers to the youngs, and so this will be launched as well. So we have this kind of offers, and so we have 5 lines now, and I would say even 7. And here we have the major features as I have presented them. I just want to explain the identification. You have all the details. If you need all this information, I may forward it to you. It is available in our site, and you may talk also to your manager. And also, I'd like to share with you some of the major issues that we have with the launching of this program. Sometimes they reflect in some companies and some concerns, some issues that we may find. So it is important to know some demands that we have to face. It is a normal process of credit, but we have the implementation, the deployment, and what may we learn from this? It is a concern. We have a lot of experience, so since the beginning, could see that all the agencies involved, it is a normal process of contacts. We have the product, the partners, they have to be engaged and committed since the beginning of the application. So when we start the work, it's a long process, though, and you have to look for the guarantees. So it is important to keep in touch with that. And also, as for the transactions in the new guarantee of sustainability, also it is a heavy and long process. okay, they have to be sustainable with it. Sometimes it is difficult within companies to identify them, to have all the criteria associated and to be eligible or not applicable. And so we wanted to mitigate the risks. We didn't want to fund and then later on to deny it. So we cannot also centralize the double checks, and sometimes we have to keep a look on the eligibility, and sometimes it takes a longer time because of it, and also because of the administrative part. But we can do it. Those products are on the shelves, that is, they are available, and we have already had some contacts, many people very interested on them. So, and last but not least, as a positive idea, we had some activities in Brussels and Luxembourg. We have been, and we're not in all the cities, so all those who want to join us, you're all welcome. We are here to support you, all the partners. I wish you a success for those guarantees and investment negotiation in Portugal. So that is what I wanted to share with you. So it is, we have all the data available, and we are here to work with you and to share a little bit what we may provide you. So I'm talking to the companies because they are the target, basically. Thank you so much for your attention.
Obrigada, Teresa. I really liked the kind of the slogan or the motto that you're having, preparing a better future today. That actually means also today that we will be using the networking time so participants can also approach you directly. But before I let you go to this beautiful patio, actually I would like to have the opportunity that you will use, that you can ask questions. And I already know that there is a business angels representative, Pedro Baudeira, and it's important to hear also his question and remark, because obviously when we speak about the equity product, it's not only about the VC funds, those 4 that you signed already in Portugal, but there is also an important contribution that the business angels are playing. So Pedro, please, looking forward to your comment or question.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, of course, that we see this presentation about equity products and no mention to angel investors at all there. So my question is 2 questions. First one, do you agree with me or with us in Investors Portugal? By the way, Investors Portugal represents the early stage investors in Portugal, investing in early stage startups, being VCs or angel investors. But do you agree with me that without angel investors, it is impossible for Europe to be competitive on a global level regarding startups? And second is, by the way, in Portugal, it is impossible, it is forbidden to build angel funds. It is forbidden. The regulator is not allowing us to do it. But can angel funds apply to those products? You know, considering that the LPs are not LPs in angel funds, but they are involved in the deal flow, in the decision-making process, in the mentoring of the startups, everything. This kind of structure is eligible to those products? Those are the 2 questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Pedro. And I think this is a perfect question to be asked Laura, no?
Yes.
Thank you.
To me, but basically to my investment colleagues that are not here today, mainly. So I can also put you in contact with them after the event. Of course, every investor, to answer your first question, it's important to support the startups. So business angels have their role to play as well. Now, in terms of business angels that are not structured as a fund, as you're saying that this is not allowed in Portugal, we did, as you may know, invest into business angels in the past, in the previous programming period. Now the business angel activity has been consolidated, but I would not like to comment further today. I will like to pass this question to my expert colleagues and bring you in contact with them after the event.
Okay, thank you, Laura. Are there any more questions in the room before we move to a question from Slido? Yes, please. You'll just get a micro because of the interpretation needs. Please.
Thank you very much. I have one question. You showed that regarding Portugal, the potential of advisory services was not fully used, so there was this number of only 51 advisory requests in the EU Advisory Hub. You also mentioned the issue that many of the products that are launched are sustainability, taxonomy inspired, but not taxonomy aligned. We all know that we have now this big challenge of financing companies, particular SMEs, that is the issue of data, and there is the issue of mismatches in terms of timelines when companies will start to report the ESG data. You know that there are templates that are being developed and it will take some years, but we also know that there is these requirements for banks to get data from companies and to report either green asset ratios or beta ratios soon. So I see this big challenge, and I would like to know how the Commission and the EIB group, particularly the EIF, is looking into this. I also noticed that besides the issue of the taxonomy alignment that is at activity level, you also are trying to look at companies that are sustainable or not sustainable, that is to say, to put a sustainability dimension at the entity level. So I would like to see how do you see the next years and the challenges, and how do you see that the potential of advisory services for this sustainable finance transition could be enhanced? Thank you very much.
Thank you for your question. Can I pass the word first to you? It might be potentially Astrid if you want, otherwise I will also cover it.
No, I will take just the sustainability guarantee one, and then I'll pass it to you. Is it working? Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Good. So with regards to taxonomy inspired versus taxonomy aligned. So first off, you know, I mean, the taxonomy, and as Astrid was also pointing out, it's a huge, it's a legislation that is fairly difficult. And in some of the cases, it's not even finalized, yes? So basically what we are looking at is to be as close as possible to the concepts. And in some cases, for example, when we talk about renewable energy, this you could consider it as taxonomy aligned. However, for the simplicity, for simplicity reasons, and because we are looking at SMEs and small mid caps, and at the small tickets, we have developed something that is called sustainability proofing. And basically, we do not look at, so we do not require the banks to do the do not significant harm criteria. And this is, you know, where we, let's say, we can say that, yes, we are inspired, but we are not, it's not aligned. Green asset ratio. I know that there's the regulation is coming, and some of the banks will need pretty soon to start reporting. But my question is it already defined what qualifies on the green asset side? So I think we're all learning, everyone, so all the actors across on what is green and sustainable. I think there is a lot of work to do in the future to align across, you know, all the elements, because also on the green asset ratio, I don't think currently we know exactly, as you know, as the market knows, what qualifies. So it is a working process. I understand that it's important for the banks, and I think it's important that we all align, because of course it would make the life easier for everyone. Sustainable enterprise. When we were developing the criteria for the green and sustainable, we were looking also what if, I mean, some of the companies they already did in the past, or they already did investments, or they have, you know, the eco labels. They are in the intellectual property rights for green financing. For green technology. Sorry, they are using this type of intellectual property to develop further. And we, together with the Commission colleagues, we looked. And we have a very stringent eligibility when it comes on what qualifies for a sustainable enterprise, in the sense of what type of eco labels. So they are the eco labels that they are the EU ones. We look at the revenues, that they are green revenues, and this needs to be 90%. So they need to the companies, they need to prove that in the past 12 months their revenues are green generated. So they're only doing green business. Or they received prizes, and we have a list of prizes that we, together with the external consultant and then with the Commission's help, we put them together. So it is for sure. I would say that, as you know, this is a new product. It is a learning process for all of us. We'll see how it will work. So at this moment, I can tell you that we have a lot of interest on the sustainability guarantee from the FIs, and we got requests, you know, many requests. They are already starting slowly to include, but it's still, you know, it's a ramp up period. So I think, I don't know, we can talk in a year's time and see how and where we stay. Thank you.
Astrid, would you like to add something? Taxonomy, indeed, it's the war that we face, at least the two of us, on a daily basis, and there are lots of strings attached, lots of issues still need to be solved. But of course, yeah, we're trying to listen to you, the bankers, companies, especially those in the supply chain, and also in InvestEU, in a way, is trying to help with the sustainability guarantee.
Yeah, so on this particular topic, I think you could talk for days about it. But because you mentioned the green asset ratio, I think one thing that I would like to clarify, the obligations for banks to report on their green asset ratio, the way the legislation is written is that banks do not have to report on their SME portfolios. The SME portfolios are excluded, I mean, from the part of the green asset ratio, in the sense that, you know, if you say, I don't know, 50% of your SME portfolios, you do not have to say what is taxonomy aligned or what is not. We did that for a very specific reason. The whole sustainability framework is currently being built. It's not ready. I mean, a new delegated act, Taxo 4, to stay in a lot of jargon here, is forthcoming. I think we first want to see how taxonomy works for large companies before we shift that system also to the small companies. This being said, we know there is not going to be a green transition in Europe without SMEs. SMEs account for roughly 57% of emissions, so they need to be in. And this is the approach that we are taking with the sustainability guarantee is what I would call the carrot approach. Legislation is the stick approach, right? You force people to report, to think about it. We want to, you know, bring SMEs into this arena of sustainability by providing this offering through the sustainability guarantee. Just to conclude, the last word hasn't been spoken how SMEs will be brought into this framework on sustainability and taxonomy. Actually, in our department, we're currently running a study to see what are the costs and benefits if we were at a later stage to include the SME portfolios into the green asset ratio. And we hope that we're going to have results of the study by the end of the year. So when the Commission has to review the so-called Delegated Act for Article 8, which includes all these provisions, we really have hard data and see whether it's useful to include SMEs, and if we include them, in which way we should be including them, whether with the same obligations as attached to the large companies, or whether we should have maybe a more gradual, lighter approach. Thanks.
Thank you, Astrid. We are really that close to the coffee break that you all deserve, but as there is one interesting question from Slido actually addressed to you, I would still like to use the opportunity and to give a reply back to the Slido and participants and our online participants. Namely, the question was whether, first is a statement that EIB and EIF guarantees to commercial banks to support innovation projects in SMEs with little commercial history do not work. And the question thus is, will the InvestEU fill this gap?
It's a bit abstract, unfortunately. It's a bit difficult to, I mean, we need to see exactly what doesn't work. And then with regards to filling the gap, I can tell you that, and I will repeat myself, so the innovation and digitalization guarantee product is basically a continuation of Innofin. So the eligibility criteria are more or less the same with very few changes from the previous MFF. So I guess I'm not answering, but it's also difficult to know what exactly what doesn't work. What I can tell you, on the other hand, is that the Innofin was a huge success. And it was, we had over, I don't know exactly the number by heart, but it was over 20-something billion financing across Europe in the previous MFF. I can tell you that the innovation and digitalization is highly demanded as a product. So that's why probably something specific, which
probably
I
something
cannot,
specific.
Yes.
And the question can still, dear online participant who asked, you can also ask
Maybe
the question
to
later.
Because there are some research and papers that are done by our research and market analysis team that they're also looking at how the EU guarantees have a positive effect into SMEs. These are publicly available on our website, so I will invite the person that commented to look at this as well for
Thank you. To be discussed further then, yeah. And there was also a comment on Slido whether the presentations will be available. Presentations are already available on the event website, and the recording, as I said in the beginning, will be shared with you a couple of days after the event in the kind of wrap-up thank you email. So now, even though that we're running late, I would still like that we kind of stick to the schedule. So 11:45 will be too short for you to come back, but let's say 11:50, so at least you have proper 15 minutes. It's a lovely patio, whereas the online participants, of course, they have to do their own coffee for themselves. But online participants, there will be lots of videos now shown and you can follow it, including you're the first public to actually see a new video on sustainability guarantee. That it's basically, we're launching it today, and there are videos with examples of the Portuguese companies. And please do not run away after the coffee break. Do come back, even it will be shade here. I'm sure you'll be eager to come in. And there are really interesting presentations by Sarah and Dario, the real case examples, and Rebecca and Wanda will also explain in details how the SME program, Enterprise Europe Network and EIC work, and what is here in Portugal still to be explored and used by the companies, and also some information by the banks. Thank you, dear ladies, bankers, and participants. Do use the opportunity. It's the networking time now. And see you here at 11:50 at the latest. Thank you.
What do you see? A little spark, slowly growing bigger, lighting up the dark. Imagine what it could be. What do you see? A robot that feels, sustainable fiber, or software that captures the world in 3D. Wood and wind turbines, transparent solar panels, reinventing the way we use our energy. A tiny idea, so crazy it's hard to believe. An invention with the intention to change the world drastically. It's something we would love to see. So tell us what you need to reimagine, to reinvent the world. We can give you a place where unicorns are born. You can chase your dreams, helping hands, machinery, bigger plans, or just a chance to show the world something they haven't seen. So, what do you see?
Mallorca es una de las capitales mundiales del turismo, no solo como destino, sino también como sede de varias de las empresas turísticas internacionales más importantes a nivel mundial.
Brújula es una compañía que nació en Baleares hace ahora ya casi 17 años. Trabaja en el mundo del turismo, en servicios, ¿no?, de tecnologías de la información, en consultoría, especialmente turística, y en todo lo que tiene que ver con el marketing online, el marketing de Internet.
Nosotros pretendíamos hacer crecer el negocio, aumentar el equipo en número de personas y consolidar nuestra expansión nacional e internacional.
Que es otro aspecto importante que sin financiación es absolutamente imposible.
Gracias a esta línea de crédito, nuestro negocio ha crecido un 30% y nuestra plantilla en 30 personas. Ahora estamos en una posición fuerte para poder seguir creciendo en el futuro.
También nos ha permitido poner en marcha nuevos servicios y que imprimamos un ritmo mucho mayor a los proyectos. Soy Lluís Vidal, fundador y consejero de Brújula.
Soy Jesús Alberic, director de operaciones de Brújula.
My name is Vitor. I'm the co-founder and CEO at Crime. Our vision is to monitor, control, and contain diseases worldwide. So we want to be the point-of-care diagnostic platform that can detect multiple tests with the same hardware. The first market is blood typing because it's so important worldwide. There is no way to do effective and rapid tests nowadays in the point-of-care area. So at Crime Device, we can do the blood type test in 3 minutes. And with this, we are saving time and also lives. Now imagine with the same device, you can detect diseases on small clinics, on remote locations, on ambulances, on pharmacies. So you can analyze the diseases and alert people before they get the symptoms and they have to go to the hospital. We decided to use the European platform because it's an excellent way of awareness for us. It's credible and it brings investors. So basically, it's the fastest way to reach European investors. On the other hand, the US investors like us to be there also, because for them it's a sign that we have credibility in our home, basically. So we really encourage people to go through the European platform because, well, for us it's been excellent so far, and we really believe that in the future it's going to be efficient for startups and investors.
I'm Silvia Fluch. I'm a biologist from Ecoduna, an Austrian microalgae producing company. Ecoduna started as a very interesting project. The two founders were convinced that microalgae in future could provide biofuel to mankind. The European project was €2 million, where co-funding had to be found in the region here. Just a year ago, we started to build the big plant. As you can imagine, with a technology like this, where everything needs to be newly established, it was not so easy to find partners. And here again, the European Commission helped us to bring €18 million to the green life of Ecoduna. Now we are here in a 1 hectare plant and will be able to produce 100 tons of dry biomass per year. So what my advice then would be to SMEs, be brave and step forward with bigger amounts and don't limit yourself by having not enough financing.
Here's the challenge. Gaining access to finance in order to open and develop their own business and generate income for the family. Sounds like mission impossible? But it's not. At least not for these micro-entrepreneurs who show us that microfinance can make a difference. In Ireland, Miena moved from engineering to selling nougat by using a loan to purchase baking equipment.
I always wanted to have my own business. I had some savings of when I was made redundant, which I kept, and I thought that I would have no problem getting the other money from the bank, and they wouldn't lend me any money. So I got hold of Microfinance Ireland and got a loan from them. It took most of 2013 to set up the factory. I have a lady working full-time, and then I have 2 part-time staff as well. If I look at all the help that I got financial help, but then also mentoring and just moral support, the help that they would give, the help that you can get into upgrading your website, into financial support, into helping you understand VAT and taxes and employment rights and all those things. There is help in every direction you want.
Vadim started with a loan from a Romanian banking institution to buy stock for his homeware shop.
Sunt original din Republica Moldova. Sunt stabilit în România începând cu 2005. În 2013 am început-o din nou cu mama. A fost foarte greu să o luăm de la capăt, deci 3 ani au fost grei. Am fost la multe bănci, am încercat să luăm un credit. N-am avut posibilitatea până în momentul când am fost contactat pe telefon de un reprezentant a Patria Bank. Și mi-a propus că există o posibilitate cu garantare europeană. Mi s-a părut foarte interesat și foarte practic și ușor de accesat. Chiar am fost ajutat din toate punctele de vedere.
Nasruddin of France is on his second loan of €3,500 to launch and expand his business as a locksmith.
Le fait que les banques ne financent pas ou peu aujourd'hui, c'est dû au fait, de moins pour ma profession, c'est un métier du bâtiment lambda, on n'est pas sur de l'innovation technologique, on n'est pas sur une innovation environnementale. On regarde aussi également le contexte familial. Donc moi je suis issu de famille d'immigrés. Donc après de nombreux rendez-vous avec les banques, j'ai essuyé beaucoup de refus et je me suis dit que ça n'allait pas passer par le système bancaire. Et en regardant sur internet, je suis tombé sur le microcrédit. L'ADI m'a accompagné à hauteur de 7 000 €, donc ce qui m'a permis dans un premier temps de m'acheter un véhicule pour pouvoir faire mes dépannages, mais également m'équiper en matériel. Vraiment, ces 7 000 € m'ont servi de créer mon entreprise clé en main pour pouvoir démarcher.
My name is Guido. I'm CEO and co-founder of TeaCare. TeaCare was developed starting from a personal experience with my grandfather spending 2 years in a nursing home. My grandfather experienced falls, experienced bed sores, all of this because caregivers didn't have enough time to look after him. Ancelia leverages computer vision analytics to provide contextual information to caregivers for them to better understand what's going on in the bedrooms of their patients. Because today, each one of them might have up to 60 patients, especially at night, and it would be impossible for them to really understand what's going on without Ancelia. We signed up on the European Investment Project Platform after receiving the ESME Phase 1 grant from Horizon 2020. And so far, it enabled us to raise almost 1.5 million euros in private and public funding. We're actually growing quite quickly. As we were born last year, we're already 12 people working on this, and we plan on expanding quickly. We're raising funds from all over the world. The final goal is to, of course, be an Italian company, but on a global scale, that would enable us to bring this human-centered vision all over the world. The EIPP has been very rewarding for us. We definitely suggest companies to sign up because, I mean, why not? The worst case is that you get additional visibility. The best case is that you also end up with true investments coming in your company.
Whenever you have a new idea, one of the biggest hurdles is to convince other people that it actually is a good idea.
For a startup company, it's very hard to get a financing.
Without the EU financial guarantee, we are dead. I don't know if it's a good thing, but it's totally 100% right.
Without it, we would have had a hard time getting this product on the street.
We are the first company in the Czech Republic that bank ever supported as a startup company.
It's not like a shoemaker. He can do shoes maybe for 100 years the same way. Not in our world. Innovation is the one driving force.
Soy Raúl Verdú, soy cofundador de PLD Space y actual director de desarrollo de negocio en PLD Space. Ya llevamos años trabajando una serie de entusiastas del sector espacial en la época universitaria, donde dedicábamos los fines de semana a desarrollar cohetes de modelismo y fundamos esa compañía en 2011. Una de las cosas más dificultosas que nos hemos encontrado hasta llegar a donde estamos hoy es la búsqueda de financiación, sin duda. Aparecer en el portal EIPP de la Comisión Europea nos ha dado visibilidad, sobre todo de cara a inversores industriales grandes, que al final pertenecer a proyectos y estar dentro de programas de la Comisión Europea es un aval y es una garantía de cara a inversores industriales. Actualmente en PLD Space somos 41 personas trabajando, empezamos 2, entonces los puestos de trabajo creados a día de hoy son 39, pero antes de que finalice el año vamos a acercarnos a la cifra de 60 personas. Animo a todo el mundo, por supuesto, que se incorpore a este programa, que aparezca en el portal, porque tenemos que enseñar y ser sencillos de ver para los inversores todos los proyectos que necesitan capital en cantidades grandes como es el nuestro.
Culture essentially is a catalyst that triggers a variety of positive effects in the society, like innovation, free self-expression, jobs, and purpose. But culture is definitely also a glue for different social groups to meet, interact, and have a common purpose. In the bigger scheme of things, our vision is to use culture in service of the society. I'm Helen Sildna, the director of Shiftworks in Tallinn, Estonia. Shiftworks essentially is using creative tools and clever curation to bring positive impact in the society. And we do that mainly through the two festivals that we promote, Tallinn Music Week and Station Narva, but also other cultural events, productions and communication projects. In a way, our festivals are like a way to show a spotlight onto what is happening in the society. Tallinn Music Week, of course, is the biggest venture that we do in our company that takes 70% of our annual budget. And there are months when we do need bridge funding to be able to balance out the financial obligations throughout the years. So essentially, what was really needed by us and what thankfully is now available due to European support measures is exactly that type of bridge funding. Unfortunately, it is not easy to get a regular loan from a bank. We wouldn't be a very attractive candidate or a client because in their eye, we lack assets in its traditional sense. We don't own property, we don't have financial assets like this. And in general, I think our sector needs to be better in describing the value that we create in the society. In the end, this EU support gives us the opportunity to have peace of mind and actually do what we do the best.
I'm Sebastian Kunert. I'm the founder and chairman of Trademo. We really dream of a world in which everyone has the chance to invest and in which everyone actually does it. It's a very important part of democracy that people feel that they are part of the financial system.
So even if you don't have any background in the financial industry or don't work in the financial industry, everyone can take their own financial future in their own hands and trade for themselves.
We decided to create an e-learning financial platform. It's really to help people learn everything that they need to invest their money themselves instead of trusting a bank advisor with all their financial decisions. In the beginning, people were simply skeptical. It's not like food. Everyone needs financial education, but they don't feel it every day in their stomach. But then, as a company, you also have many other obstacles that at some point we needed new investors. After we were published on the AIPP platform, I remember a colleague told me, hey, there's this Chinese guy on the phone, do you want to speak to him? And in the end, he invested $1 million into our company.
When you receive such a trust from someone that believes in your vision, you can really see how a company changes and how the existing employees change to create something that's beneficial for everyone.
I would definitely recommend any company in Europe that wants to grow and receive new investments to go onto the AIPP platform, because simply it is a great free service that gives you an additional credibility, additional sense of trust. I would strongly encourage it.
I lived in South America and I've seen there a cholera outbreak, and I suffered from cholera myself. I started to conceptualize how to overcome this disparity between the poor and the rich for having access to clean drinking water. To reuse the UV rays of the sun to disinfect the water. This was Wadi. The Wadi itself calculates the reduction and the growth of the germs in the water. Then it shows a smiley so you can see the water is ready to drink. We've equipped about 200,000 households right now with the Wadi. We have measured the reduction of waterborne diseases by 80%. We have seen increasingly that children are going more to school after our interventions. With the EU support, we were able to enhance our production and produce about 50,000 wadis, which are in the field, and reduce the carbon footprint of the people. Innovation is not only a product, innovation are new business models as well. There are business models where we can earn money and save the planet. It is very important for us, and especially as a social enterprise, to leave the planet as a better place for our children. Helios is a social enterprise committed to clean drinking water and reducing carbon emissions on a global scale.
Are you an owner of a small or medium-sized enterprise? Are you a private individual? Or a farmer looking to make sustainability investments? Do you want to upgrade your car fleet to zero-emission vehicles? Make your buildings accessible for people with disabilities, including digital infrastructure? Install solar panels on your roof? Produce energy-efficient equipment? Switch to recycled materials? Or improve the water efficiency on your farm? For these and many other impactful aspirations, your local bank could help, thanks to support from the EU. Climate, environmental and social challenges require diverse solutions and financing. Everyone can help mitigate climate change, make a positive impact on the environment, and remove barriers for participation faced by persons with disabilities. From household energy efficiency upgrades to ecosystem restoration projects, the EU wants to support all sustainability investments, big or small. And let's be real, there's no single way to make things better for our planet. If you have an investment project that would benefit the environment or ensure accessibility for persons with disabilities, visit the Access to Finance website to find your local bank, which can provide you with more information and details on how to get lending. For information about InvestEU projects in your country, visit the InvestEU website. Let's make a positive impact for a sustainable future.
Dear participants, can we start, especially participants here in the room? Welcome to the EU Finance Day in Portugal, now part 2, after the coffee break. And we have 2 more interesting topics to cover, namely the European Innovation Council and the Enterprise Europe Network. First, we will focus on the European Innovation Council. It's a flagship instrument which is already up and running under the Horizon Europe, the current EU research framework program. And the EIC supports game-changing innovations with direct equity investments from early stage to scale up with a budget of more than 10 billion euros. And I'm very pleased that on the stage now with 2 Spanish ladies. The first speaker is Rebecca de Sancho Mayoral, who is investment manager for R&I investments at the European Innovation Council Fund, so the venture arm of the EIC. And with her presentation, she will specifically focus on the EIC Accelerator. Please, Rebecca.
Thank you. Thank you, Lan.
Bon dia to everyone. I'm here today to present the European Innovation Council and in particularly the European Innovation Council Accelerator. So as you very well were saying, and coming back from the previous presentation on research and innovation window from InvestEU, there is the funding need to support the startups that are scaling up. And to cover what we saw in the previous graph from my colleague Jochen, and to catch up with other geographies like US or China, for instance, on innovation. So what did we do? The European Commission thought we needed funding for those scale-ups in what is called the Valley of Death, that I prefer to call the Valley of Hope, when they are scaling up so that they don't die out of money and run their famous runway, and decided to put forward 10 billion in the budget of this new program. You know, for those one in the room and listening in, there were previous programs like the one called SME Instrument, and then there was a phase of the EIC pilot, and now we are in the fully fledged EIC phase since a few years. What are we looking for these research and accelerators and SMEs and startups that are willing to take their innovation from the labs, I say from the darkness of the lab, to the light of the commercialization. And that's the difficulty and the struggle of many startups, as we know, in deep tech. So for the deep tech innovation, it would be over 3 billion. And with the idea also to enhance the European innovation ecosystem. So there is a whole package around the policy area to create partnerships with all the ecosystem actors working on innovation and digitalization, and of course the area of deep tech, like ERC or EIT. A little bit about the background. So the Commission works on work program annually. We started in 2022, and now we are in the third program, and that is dedicated 1.7 billion. Which instruments can the startups apply to? So you would have a difference between different technology readiness level, the famous TRL. So it goes from 1 until 9, and depending on which slot and phase of development the startup is, you can look into the Pathfinder from TRL 1 to 4 with grants of 3 million to 4 million, and then on transition, which is not only consortia, but single researchers and companies with TRL 3 to 6, needing a proof of concept to the validation phase, and the grants are up to 2.5 million. And I will focus more on the accelerator. That's where I've been working. And the individual companies that can apply to this need to be between TRL 9 and 6 and 9. What does it mean? From the development phase to the scale-up process. The novelty of this accelerator, first in Europe, and I would say in the world, in what is public financing, it's combined the grants up to 2.5 million with an equity up to from 500,000 to 15 million, depending on the technologies. We have open challenges, but also specific challenges for the European Innovation Council, and I'm presenting here what's been put forward for 2023 from the Pathfinder challenges, transition, and we'll focus on the 8 accelerator challenges. So we are looking for specific technologies that this is what it has been decided for this year. Now we are researching and putting forward the work program for next year to see which technologies will be there as specific challenges, so that companies like, for instance, in novel biomarker-based cancer treatments or the energy storage can specifically find a call for where they can apply to get funding. We have very, as you see, deep tech technologies, like very important also for the European sovereignty, like quantum technologies or emerging semiconductors. novel technologies that we need to be more sovereign in Europe. So I start with the EIC Accelerator, and I go again to deep down into what are we trying to look for. Those startups and SMEs that are scaling up and don't have the funding needs in the market because they don't find investors or their technology is still not ready to go to the market, and they can prove in their proposal that they can create a new market with their technology, or they will disrupt an existing one. What does it mean? That the impact will be for the European economy and to create more jobs, but also in the technologies to have an impact on the citizens. So that's this specific discovery on technological breakthroughs and the famous deep tech. So those innovations are risky, and as we were talking before on InvestEU, we are there to de-risk the investment, and that's so that the company doesn't find the investors alone, but once we come in with the blended finance, they manage to find investors. So more concretely, in the type of funding, you have the blended finance, as I was saying, covering the grant with the equity together, but also the applicants can submit a proposal as grant only if they can prove that they have other financing means, because the objective is the same, that the startup will become a scale-up and have an impact in the market, will commercialize, and but they can also apply grant first if they are not investor ready at this moment, but they consider that during, let's say the grant is up to 24 months. So in those 24 months could be that they develop the technology, and then they can bring in investors that want to invest in their first round. So an equity could be provided. So those would be the cases for grant first. Once again, around the grant component, more things that are important to highlight are the eligible costs are 70%, so the company needs to bring 30%. You have also SMILC, it's for small mid-caps, and are not eligible for a grant only. That's what I wanted to say. And for the investment component, so it's direct equity or quasi-equity. What does it mean? Could be in the form of convertible loans. If we look back to the EIC pilot, we saw that there were a number more than 40% cases that they started with a convertible loan. That's not the case now for this phase. So it means maybe that those companies that have applied were more investment ready, and they already put forward their investment round with a lead investor. So that I connect to say that we are not the lead investor. The EIC fund is not the lead investor and aims to have a minority ownership with a maximum of 25%, but I would say starts around 10%. And patient capital, meaning the objective is not there to cash out and leave. Exit the company, but to be there for the running of the company until, 7 to 10 years perspective on average. Once again, more details so that you have a slide with the different types of funding and what it entails. And in concrete, a single company, so I insist on that, no consortia. You have to align with the definition of SME according to e-definition, so less than 250 employees, less than 50 million turnover, etc., etc. And you can see also the definition of mid-caps, natural persons, so that you see the details for application. As I said, there are open calls, could be projects in any field of science, technology, or application without a predefined thematic priority, so what we call bottom-up approach, or you can have the challenges as I presented in the previous slide. The selection, how does it go? And here I have to stop to tell you that some of you already talked to me during the coffee break. And as you know, it was announced, unfortunately, on Friday, the unplugging of our submission platform. due to litigation with the contractor, and we are very open to that. It's on the news that we publish. It's very unfortunately. So we have this short proposal and the full proposal. There is another slide with the cutoffs, but I will say it now. So the cutoff was now for the full proposal on the 7th of June. We have postponed to the 21st of June, and we will, retake the short proposals as from July. All the information is there, but I can reply to any questions later on. I'm sure you have many questions. And then, so my message would be, this was very unfortunate, but we continue pivoting and solving the situation, and we expect to not to impact in the have long delays in the grants that are being signed and the ones that will apply in the next round. So as I was saying, after the full proposal, it comes the interviews. They already took place last week, ended up last week. So the successful applications will be announced soon. And all the details will be explained about how to submit the forms, etc. But what I want to say is that the evaluation steps, that doesn't change anything. Everything remains the same. You prepare you have the idea, of course, to start with. You prepare the proposal, you submit, and now it will be through this new way of submitting, not the previous one, and then you pitch to the jury. So that remains the same. So the idea of the short proposal is that you can submit around any time during the year, and that the feedback will be in 4 weeks. And we aim to have this the same as it has been until now. And then for the full proposal, once it has passed the short proposal, it has up to 1 year to submit the full proposal. And you have several cutoff days, as I was saying, and it was, just corrected. Instead of 7th of June, it will be 3rd week of June. And then the next cutoff will be in the 4th of October. About the EIC fund and why it was this decision taken, yes, I was saying, is to crowd in investments, not so that the company can find additional investors and has the label of receiving European Union funding. And it manages the equity investments, so it's established since 2020 in June. Is the venture arm of the EIC. It went through, as you know very well, many of you, a restructuring. It was a direct management from the Commission, and now we are through a transition phase that has been established and fully on, with an external fund manager, which is Alterdomus, and we have also the European Investment Bank that has been always there for the due diligence of the investments, and is the investment advisor to the EIC fund. EISMEA, so the executive agency for SMEs, and the EIC will continue with the evaluations and the selection of proposals and the amounts that have been assigned to those proposals and those projects, will implement the grant component like until now, and will ensure the coordination between the grant and the equity components. And that's so. What is invested in the EIC fund is on early stage. I very much repeat what it was said before, the need for business angels. We see that in the funding of many of the startups, that also business angels are part of the cap table of the companies, of course, and very well needed in the seed and startup scaling up process. And something about which results did we have, and I think it's not there. So there are more than 10 unicorns, and more than 100 centers in the portfolio of all the companies of the EIC fund until now. And with that, I think I can explain also that the companies are not left alone. in the sense that there are business acceleration services for the accelerator part. So what does it mean? That they enter into the family of the EIC. We bring them to large events, like could be related to their topic, like could be also in electronics, like to the Las Vegas or Arab Health. So we shortlist them, we accompany them to these events with our booth that is from the EIC. We help them to network as well through these events, and we help them in the fundraising stages with support from a venture builder that looks into the pitch and supports as well with introductions. We run also investment rounds with investors, and we can present these companies to pitch them for them. So with all this, I think that's all that I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Rebecca. Even though that it sounds still very complicated, and even though that you're offering some hope in that valley of death, we have here a real case example, and I was reading her CV when preparing for this moderation. I was really impressed, and trust me, you'll be impressed by listening to Sara Abalde-Ziela's presentation. Excuse me. She's actually a co-founder of a startup, Ruby Nanomed, since 2018. And with this startup, they raised more than 5 million euros already to date and won several prizes. And even through your academic career, she did win prizes and also attracted lots of money around your research, which is impressive. And you've been having experience with the Pathfinder, which was also mentioned on the slide. So please, Sara, more than ears here.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And it is a pleasure to be here. I'm delighted, and it is a big responsibility to sort of represent the companies in Portugal. I'm Spanish, but we are based in Portugal. In Braga, we're a spin-off of the International Nanotechnology Laboratory, and we are 3 co-founders. What we did is to develop a technology, a chip, a device, a consumable that is like this big, that can run the blood of cancer patients, and then we can provide a prognosis to the doctors in a non-invasive and a continuous way. So let me just see how this works. So we're right now focusing on metastasis because it accounts for 90% of cancer-related deaths. This, unfortunately, we all know. And this is because the treatments are not efficient when we are at the metastatic stage, because the way cancer was assessed when there wasn't a metastatic stage yet is often not accurate, and the information that the doctors have is not up to date. This is a big problem, and then it's also that cancer, it is very heterogeneous, and you can have different, so let's say that, the EIC Accelerator funds Ruby Nanomed for a specific demonstration of our technology in breast cancer. So in breast cancer, there are different types of subtypes of breast cancer. Some of them, they're more aggressive, some of them, they're less aggressive. What sometimes happens is that at the initial diagnosis, the doctor diagnoses for, let's say, molecular subtype A, with a good prognosis. And so a therapy according to that subtype is being given to the patient that eventually and hopefully cures, and it is in full remission. What happens is that when metastasis comes, this cancer might have changed, and very often changed, but the doctors do not have the information on these changes, and they still give the therapy for that subtype. That therapy doesn't work. And so besides that, it is very difficult to monitor how these patients that have been considered cured and they are in full remission are advancing, and if cancer is coming back. And those ways are imaging technologies like NMR and PET scans and so on. They cannot be done as frequently as needed, and they often miss the early spreading of cancer that leads to this high mortality. So the technology that we apply is in the field of liquid biopsy. Probably many of you have heard about it. I hope you have heard about it, but it is just using body fluids. We at Ruby Nanomed use blood to access to cancer biomarkers and then give either a prognosis, therapeutic advice, or so on. In our case, the biomarker is the circulating tumor cells, so the cells that shed from the primary tumor, enter into circulation, and then travel along the body to create these metastases. I'm going to call them CTCs for short from now on. So analyzing the CTCs allows us to do a non-invasive early detection, therapy monitoring, progression monitoring, I have to look at my slide, and eventually companion diagnostics. And in the liquid biopsy field, there have been many breakthroughs in the past, let's say, 20 years. And now in most of the hospitals, you can get a circulating tumor DNA test certified, and that gives information to the doctors. The circulating tumor cells had a big hype like 10 years ago, but then they sort of never break through the market and reach the clinic. There was only one approved technology as of last year. Right now there are 3. They are not all approved for the same thing, but I'll go into that. So there are many challenges, which is with CTCs, nobody has not demonstrated clinical utility. There is clinical validity, but no clinical utility, which means we cannot tell the doctors what they have to do with that information. We can tell them this patient is not doing well, this patient is doing well. But then for the patient that is not doing well, there is not an advice, there is no clinical utility on that. The technologies that were out there, they were not sensitive enough, and they also not a standard, meaning that from lab to lab, from user to user, there was a lot of variability. So with our microfluidic device, which is the one that you see there on top left, we are able to run the blood, and we are able to achieve a much higher sensitivity than the competing techniques. It is much more specific, fast, and then cost efficient. Whereas we know that in this case, the cost is not so important to doctors, so the range of this type of tests is like 300, 500 euros, and we know that, reimbursement, if you achieve all the previous very difficult, challenging things before, would pay for that sort of tests. So something that was a very big breakthrough to us, it was that in one of our small preclinical trials, so not certified clinical trial, in collaboration with actually the Hospital of Santa Maria here in Lisbon, and also a hospital in Santiago Compostela in Spain, we demonstrated that we can detect metastases 1 year earlier than current technologies, not only liquid biopsy technologies, but also these imaging standard technologies that are in the clinic. So actually the doctor here in Lisbon, Professor Luis Costa, he started asking us for more chips and more chips and more chips in like 2017. And we couldn't do that because we could fabricate in the lab like tens and 20 per week with like a person fully dedicated to it. So that's not scalable. And it is when we founded a company in 2018 to be able to mass scale the production, to be able to do a certified clinical trial. So let me just go back a little bit on the competition, which is very important to then, get money from either the European Commission, the investors, business angels, etc., etc. So as I said, the main competitor is the one on the top, Cell Search, and Cell Search was the only one approved, as I said, until a year ago by the FDA. In Portugal, there is no Cell Search in any hospital. In Spain, there are 5, I believe. In the whole of Europe, there are sort of 25. So you may imagine that this is not enough. And this is because this technology hasn't been able to unlock this clinical utility challenge that I explained before. Then in the bottom of the slide, you see that there is a rich competition out there for CTCs. Now, some of them, they have been... Sure.
Speak a bit slower.
Oh, because I'm sorry. Yes, that is a problem.
Interpreters need to translate into Portuguese still. Thank you.
Okay, this is a problem I have. I'll try to speed down. I get very excited.
You're Spanish, yeah.
I'm Spanish too. That's true.
Please. Sorry for interrupting.
So, no problem. I'm sorry. I hope that Portuguese people could, I'm not going to speak Portuguese because I have, the accent from Braga, and we're in Lisbon. So I thought, okay, let's not do it. Okay, so now it is also Biocept that has a certification, so it has a reimbursement code, and also Cell-C that is there has been sold to Biorad like a year ago, if I recall, and they are now selling all their technology. So a few things are happening in the CTCs, in the CDC environment. So we're very happy. It is competition, but we're happy to see that things are unlocking. Now let me just show you why we're better. So this is a graph that, so bear with me, those that are not scientists, but it is a very simple graph. In the y-axis, we can see the number of CTCs in a given amount of blood of a patient, and then we are doing a comparison of in blue, Ruby Nanomet, our technology, and in yellow with Cell Search, which is this only FDA-approved one until a year ago. And this is 15 metastatic breast cancer patients, and if you see the amount of CTCs that we can detect with the same given amount of blood is extremely higher than the ones that Cell Search detects. What happens is that what Cell Search gives through their certification is that when a patient is below 3 CTCs, which is very, very low, this person is considered to be in remission, so therapy is going well. Everything's fine. When the number of CTCs is above 3, this person is considered to be in relapse, so the therapy course has to be changed somehow. So in this case, there was only 2 patients that, by assessing them through Cell Search, accounted for more than 3. And all the rest of patients accounted for less, so they were considered to be fine. Whereas with our technology, many more of them were considered not to be fine. And actually, when we followed the therapy course, there was a demonstration that they were not actually fine. This means that the technology that is out there is not sensitive enough, besides many other things, because they cannot even provide this clinical utility, because it cannot do other things that you can do with our circulating tumor CDC chip. This one is also complicated, but let me just summarize in the graph on the bottom to the right, which says OS Ruby chip HER2. So HER2 is a biomarker, and what happen, and then it has its anti-drug. So when a cancer is diagnosed to be HER2, they can give that drug. And here we see a comparison of the tissue versus the CTCs. So we analyzed whether that biomarker was present in the CTCs that we could capture. So you will see discordant and concordant. Concordant in blue means that when the CTCs were concordant, so were the same subtype that the tissue was classified, the overall survival, you see a flat line, that is the overall survival of the patients in months. That is good. The patients are fine. They do survive because it is concordant, because they're having the therapy that they should be having. When the CTCs are discordant to the classification of the tissue, you see that there is a huge decrease on the overall survival, which means that indeed these patients are wrongly classified, because the classification that it's being used is that of the tissue, that sometimes it's been taken 10 years before this treatment is happening. So we have demonstrated that we can even stratify the patient population, and we can identify whether they would benefit from a specific therapy. So with all this, no more complicated graphs anymore. This is what we presented to the ESC accelerator in a nutshell, and then of course we are addressing multi-billion markets like the CTC market, the cancer diagnostics, and then the companion diagnostics market, which is our ultimate goal, because we would like to help patients to be stratified and then to give them the drug that is needed, and whether a drug is going to benefit a specific patient. So with all this, where are we now? So we are working with 13 hospitals, not 6 RTOs, many more RTOs in 4 different countries, all of them in Europe yet, and we have performed more than 3,000 tests. All these tests, they have been performed without any certification, and they are only for research purposes and to build up on our early market traction, to build up with our oncologists, and to show to investors and to funding. Right now, with the ESC accelerator, we are doing mass fabrication. We are achieving ISO compliance. We are also starting, hopefully, by the second quarter 2024, registered clinical trials to then certify our product. So this is our business strategy and scalability that we have to be work up. So we're just in the phase of market acceptance. So we use our chip for research use only because it's not certified. We have sold a few hundreds of units now, but that of course is not even close to what we need to do the certified clinical trial. The next stage is when we are hopefully, if things go well and we achieve our goals, we are certified. We want to be an in vitro diagnostics, and now we're preparing our regulatory and clinical pathway, both with the FDA and here in Europe as well. And then after we build in all this, our goal, as I said, is to move into the companion diagnostics market and partner up with pharma companies to test their drugs with our devices for different patients. Our business model is just as it is for medical devices, so we will put an instrument that does an automated processing of the unit in the hospital for free, and then we sell units as consumables. But I'm speeding up because I think it's for the case today, it's important also that I speak on the funding that we achieved. So this sort of research started in 2014 by one of our co-founders and CEO, Lorena Dieguez at the INL. And since 2014 up to 2018, the incorporation of the company, we raised funding in research like it wasn't Pathfinder or anything of the sort by the time, but in competitive programs, national and international. And then that is when this device chip happened. We started participating in small acceleration programs. We started getting to know about business talking and words that we are still very far away. But we started to understand what B2B, B2C, and these sort of things meant, and we started to little by little these business programs and business models and so on. And then we incorporated in 2018. All through it, we had the support of the Nanomed tab that now it is the ETPN, the European Technology Platform for Nanomedicine. And we had mentors, so face-to-face meetings with them, and they helped us as well to direct our business and to create a strategy. And then we had got like small awards of like 10,000 per year, like the Royal Society of Chemistry Award. And with that, we did very small things like hire an interim CEO for a few months to negotiate a few things with our institution, to create a web page, and very, very small things we couldn't do anymore. And that is when we put all our effort into the EAC accelerator that we got we knew about it in 2021, October. The grant was signed in August 2022, so we are like close to being 1 year. And then it is for us 2.5. So it is a blended finance that Rebecca hasn't explained. We have 2.5 million, which is a grant phase, and then we have equity phase, which is the next 4.5 million. This is not. We should not take this for granted. It has to go through a due diligence, but for what we have experienced, it is a softer due diligence because it has to be matched with private funding. So they use the due diligence of the private investors. And now we are concretizing with them something similar to the convertible loans that Rebecca was saying. It is not exactly a convertible loan. It is a safe. Investors would know what that means. And so that would bring us to the serious fundraising that we want to achieve by Q1 2024, because there will be a huge milestone there in the product development. And that is why we didn't want to do this raising of funds before. We were doing that, but then we decided to go a different way. And this, I must say, it is not only because the European Commission people is here. We had huge support from the EIV connection, William, and like super responsive, helping us in every single step, giving us different options and different choices. And this was instrumental to really be able to trust in ourselves, not to be super nervous about cash flow and liquidity, and so it's been huge. So pre-EAC, we had this sort of thing, which is fantastic. It's being funded by the La Caixa Foundation and through other small grants, but it was, like a mess of cables and things, and so the blood would run automatically there. but as you see, it is still very laboratorial. Before we were running the blood even in a more, prehistoric way with other sort of instruments, and it would take us 8 hours. With this, would take us like 2 hours. But what? Oh God, sound is on. I'm sorry. Bear with it. I didn't choose the song. What we're doing with the EAC is to really bring this thing, like that you can put in the hospitals, that you can certify, that is designed frozen to enter certification and regulation. So this is a step forward that this is the EAC accelerator support is allowing. I'm just concluding because I have to speak much slower and probably past my time. Just kidding. So besides all that I said, so I said all this, I'm not going to mention it again, but yes, we have business mentoring that Rebecca mentioned, and we can reach out to our specific individual mentor. That happens to be Portuguese, Antonio, and he gives us connections, advices, and he helps us in things that we might have difficulties with, such as regulation, and he puts us in contact with that. And then it's also very good, the network, like attending to these sort of events, the EAC Summit, that we've seen each other, and we are especially proud to have been finalists. We didn't win, but we are extremely proud. The 3 co-founders there with Commissioner Maria Gabriel were finalists of the EAC Prize, Women Innovator Prize of the EAC. So this gives you access to a whole range of tools and exposes you as a scientist to things that you would have not been exposed if you were not involved on this. And with that, I thank you very much with your attention. I leave this with other successful exits. It's not here, Cell C, because it's recent, was sold for 160 million to Bio-Rad, and it's concretized the product this week, and they do not have a certification. So we don't have a certification if you have 160 million at hand. No, I'm just kidding. So I'm just showing some, examples of the exit, and what's most important is the team. See Lorena, myself, and Paulina as co-founders, and then we have Enrique that's supporting very much on business, and we will up a great team of scientists and administrative and legal officers for now, and we are going to be growing up to probably, now we're 8, 9 with Enrique, and we're going to be growing to 15 hopefully this year. And that's it. Now this is really the end, and thank you very much.
Thank you. I told you you'll be impressed, and I'm sure you are. Thank you, Sarah, and you're really making a difference, and for sure it's also thanks to the EAC support. So, muchísimas gracias. Now I will need that you empty the chairs. We're not having any questions because we're running late, but later, of course, do catch up with Sarah. She's no longer just a researcher. She's basically now a businesswoman. So please, I would like to welcome now on the stage 2 next speakers, Wanda Narciso and Dario Pedro. Welcome. As we need to rush further. So it's our final session, and we are going to cover the various forms of support to businesses, in particular to SMEs, under the Single Market Programme, which has been designed to help the EU single market reach its full potential, and also, most recently, obviously, to ensure Europe's recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic. One of its goals of the Single Market Programme is, of course, to strengthen the competitiveness of the EU industry, and especially the SMEs. And this is why it's really more than pleasure that Wanda, you're really experienced. She is a senior advisor for the Enterprise Europe Network in Portugal at IAPME. That's the Portuguese Agency for Competitiveness Innovation. And she has more than 25 years of experience in business and innovation support. Wanda is also is also a member of the executive team of the Enterprise Europe Network thematic group on access to finance. So really the right person on the stage today. And with the presentation that she will present, it's also linked to the Enterprise Europe Network, the celebration that was mentioned before, which is this year the 15 years of the network. So before further ado, please, Wanda, start.
Está a trabalhar? Está. Muito obrigada. Em primeiro lugar, vou falar em português. First of all, thank you so much. I'll talk in
Portugal. So it's a pleasure for me, as was the first time to have the opportunity to speak in Portuguese. Thank you for inviting me. I'd like to explain you what is Enterprise Europe Network and to talk about the Single Market Program and also so maybe you can help me to use this too. Okay, let's see now. That's it. Okay, I'm sorry, but let's start. So we have the Single Market Program, which concerns the internal market, a very broad program, and we have different themes: the production of consumers, the rules and standards of statistics, and this I'll leave to the last because we're going to talk about the competitiveness of our business and SMEs. And so this program, we have different kinds of support. We have the financial support. We have talked about the InvestU fund. I won't detail it, but we also have we want to support the negotiation and companies to be more innovative and competitive, and so to improve the environment of the businesses. So we have different instruments in this market to have different tools to implement those purposes. So we have the Enterprise Europe Network that provides an integrated package of advice to SMEs and to support the SMEs, but it's not the only tool. We also have the network SME invoice that promote the regulation policy making at EU and national level. And we also have the joint cluster initiative, with a new generation of actions involving industrial clusters. You have the ones of the competitiveness, and which are the groups of specialized enterprises, and we have all the ones concerning the equity financing and some different reinforcement, enforcement, and comparisons. Here we have some examples. I don't know if you can see it. So why is it important? It is in favor of the single market, and we have already launched. It's been a working program, 23-24. I have all those activities supported within the program, and so last week I have been part with the Institute of Tourism in Portugal about all the activities that will be undertaken to support the tourism area in different invitations also and calls. So Enterprise Europe Network, as we have seen, it is a network which is supported by this program. So I'd like to show you some more details here. We have, besides the 30 years that we already have been working, it is important for us. This is a very important year of simulation, and also the companies that we support. Enterprise Europe Network is the largest support network in the world for the SMEs, and also we have a potential and ambition to innovate, to increase their competitiveness, to expand their business in Europe, but also beyond. And also we have high added value services with European dimensions. Also, sometimes all those services which are restricted, they are free. So we want to give this larger, broader dimension. On the other hand, also, they are free. Well, we also have, all over 63 countries, and in those 63 countries, we more than the European Union, but beyond that. And also we have 3,500 local experts, and they are scattered all over the world, and we have 600 partners. Which service do we offer? We have different kinds of new areas, as you may see. You have sustainability in the single market, digitalization, you have innovation, partnering, resilience, internationalization, access to finance, especially funding of the European Union. I don't have time to detail all of them, but here those are the major ones. And this will be available in the site. So if you have any questions, also we may be. I'm delighted to detail that. Also, what do you do in terms of sustainability? We implement that in Portugal and in other countries also. In general, in terms of sustainability, we have supported the identification of the knowledge and all the needs in terms of sustainability. And also, we have spoken of the importance for the SMEs and the funding institutions to bring this knowledge and to make tailor-made solutions. We try to help the companies to have some solutions, and this may have in different areas, that is to find some partners in the green areas, or maybe to find the best solutions as for these sustainable business models. We also that sometimes we don't have this financial support of the companies. We have a large vision of what can be obtained in terms of support. And so we try to help the companies so as to have this access to the financial support, financing, and funding, and to develop some sustainable businesses. As for the internationalization, we have the database, Networks Business Database, that contains thousands of company profiles, and we have many opportunities. We have over 5,000 which are active, either to find business partners or technological partners, and to expand the market. And not only we have the Portugal companies, they can also be interested in bring some offers. We also organize some matchmaking events, B2B, B2F, RDI events, and in terms of research and development also, we had some entrepreneurial missions. In terms of then we had also some activities from other companies that come to Portugal. And on the other hand, we want to close our relationship with other partners which are not in Europe, for instance, the US, China, India, Japan. And so it's very important for the SMEs to be enabled to have this facilitation of all these foreign countries. And also it's important to reinforce this idea of network. We work as a network, so by means of my colleagues which are scattered all over the other countries, we have this database, and this is one of the major points that helps us. Well, as for the access to finance, we had some funding programs, and we also either in a local or international level. So European finance and it bases That is, either the capital comes from Europe or from other places also as well, and also help to identify the right financing for each development stage of its own business. Also the training, capacity building, as we spoke, sometimes it is not sufficient to give the funding, but it is important also to bring the skills, to bring the training also, have all the issues concerning sustainability, to develop key performance indicators to measure and monitor all the profit growth or sustainability. Also, we try to bring or implement some synergies with relevant external stakeholders. Also, last but not least, we should say, well, here you have the funding and tenders portal, and this is where we have the single entry for finding and managing the grants of European Union, and also the procurement contracts covering all centrally managed programs in this period of 21-27, and also want to have more impact, a positive impact in companies. So according to our SMEs, we want them to be more active in the market, to have more businesses with low costs. So we have different ways of seeing either a positive impact according to the products and the satisfaction, also to bring new employments, to keep with the employments, and then to build new, and also to improve the labor and services, and also to increase the added value associated with the product and services. Also, about Enterprise Europe, we have all those partners here. So we are a network here. We have those partners, and we are all over the national countries here in Portugal. When we are close, we work very close to the companies in our region. So besides that, we have synergies which are created with all these stakeholders and the financial entities. We have the clusters here and digital innovation, and so we have Europe Horizon, and all. So that I will explain also as well. So these are the relations between the different actors. Now, not only to speak about the network, we have 2 slides about the Erasmus and entrepreneurs who have been helped. Maybe it will be interesting for the companies.
No online temos o Erasmus para os jovens empreendedores. É também
We have the Erasmus, which is a program, and so it allows the exchange with some entrepreneurs from different companies, Portuguese companies that also receive some different entrepreneurs from different countries, so that they have the opportunity to exchange knowledge and to know how they work in the other countries all over Europe. And also we have an example of the all the intellectual property support for SMEs. It's important for the SMEs, and also for research, to think about all the intellectual property issues. It's important. We have here a scheme. We have all the consortia, which is part of this network, and those dealing with the intellectual property issues, and we have all those ambassadors and who are really working with this. And also we have the example of the SME Fund 2023, which was the protection of the ideas, intellectual property rights ideas. So it is, since it is important for the SMA at the early stage to have the financial help of those in all the process of protection in their intellectual property process. And finally, we have the financial portal, which is called here, it's initiative of IAPME and other institutions, Portuguese institutions. Here we are in a single portal, all the data on fund on. So we're not talking about incentives, subventions, but we here have all the other lines of funding, and it's very easy to have an idea of what may be done by means of us, and which is the main goal of funding, which are the activities that we implement. And so in this event, I would like to leave you this message. And last but not least, here I have my contacts. So if I'm available for all the questions either now or after the event. So
with your team at the APME and all the partner institutions that you have throughout Portugal, you're definitely the right address then. And as Teresa stressed, the advice that they provide is for free. So this is something that matters nowadays. And it's also good that you mentioned the SME Fund for the IP rights, which is really new from this year. And to mention that only last week, on the 1st of June, the European patentary rights, basically now they're reality across all the member states, which is really new, and it's a major breakthrough for the European Union.
We issue a newsletter every month, and so we have all the on May 28th, we have already been talking about that, and so I think that we may talk about other questions, not only the financial health.
Yeah, you're another bonus of today, Dario Pedro. He's the Chief Executive Officer of Beyond Vision. The name tells a lot. You'll be impressed, I guarantee again. And let's now listen to your groundbreaking technologies and digital sphere, which is Beyond Vision.
First of all, falar em português já agora, tendo esta oportunidade, acho que nunca falei em português num evento internacional. Antes de mais, quero agradecer.
Well, I'd like to thank you for the invitation. We'll be very brief. I know that everybody is thinking about the lunch already, but I'd like to thank you for.
I want to thank you the invitation, and I'm not talking about the technical part, the point of view, because my field is engineering. I hope that this will be a light presentation. We are a company that develops drones sent to the market because they are very light. These are very easy to adapt to several weights. We have more than 35 integrations with our clients. In Norway, for instance, with the robotic arm, our drones have modules that can have EI links. Nowadays, operating drones in Europe is submitted to restrictions in safety, and our drones simplified that development. We have a technology that allows us to operate our drones. The most part of the capitals in Europe called us, and we made some work in Brazil, Australia, in Africa, always with the ability of controlling the system in those countries or in other cities. We act usually in three areas. The platform manages drones or other actives, autonomous vehicles, etc. In infrastructures, cameras in any part of the world. We see it in a real-time perspective, the capacity of integration, API in the platform or in other platforms that can be integrated. Those APIs are linked to our platform. We have the the second point, we develop the drones themselves. So the question is that in the market there are no drones with the same technology. So we would need some 5G technologies. It's evolving. One of the pre-requirements of our drones is that they had to have the guidelines from NATO, and we applied it to the civil market. But when we were asked by the defense of Portugal, we tried to. They have to have those guidelines so they can be bought and function in any kind of market. The operator as a control, and the drone develops all the operation in an autonomous way. We make also some projects in research and development. There's a sector that is very developed in our company because we think that is only through research that we can create new generations. Our drones, which is the traditional one, is the wave UAV. So it can takes at up to 7 kilos of weight, which is more or less 20% more than all the other drones in the market with the same characteristics, the same features. And so it allows us to operate for longer and with more efficiently. The key features, the slide, I made it this. Apologies because I made my slides in Mac, so it's not configured. They have they have several hours of autonomy. They are used in our they were used in our previous drone. We use 4G, 5G, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, and the links. And by default, we had a 6 kilometers radio range. They can be controlled until several kilometers for distance. The use cases are in summary these. So agriculture, precision agriculture, two kinds of operations, the mapping and follow-up of the evolution of crops. When you can detect prior to their damage some plagues, allowing to detect them sooner. The second one is linked to the sprayers. They can the drone can act in a more specific way and spread a certain substance. There's another. We have also the emergency and the police areas in Ireland, for instance, and the docks in behind of besides of the thermical temperature chambers. We can use it as any other camera. used in space, and in situations of emergency, we can have cover of all the during the all the operation. We have also the military surveillance.
do drone. Depois temos duas áreas que
We have two other areas that typically are an overlap. The military surveillance and the power line inspection.
ano passado começámos a olhar para este ano, mas este
We just started the last year to take a look at those sectors, but those areas. But for defense, it's very good since they are not advancing fast. And the fifth area is the inspections area for the power line inspection, namely in Germany and in Portugal. More than 90% is made by chopper, but it has to be made periodically, and we developed a drone that can do it in an autonomous way, and it's cheaper. So we can put it in
expectável que esteja à torre, normalmente
the drone can lift up until the place where the tower is implanted, and he can inspect the isolators, the thermal cameras, and that allows you to have the image that you have this. The defect zones and the vegetation zones, the distance to the lines and to prevent fires, as the one that we had several years ago. We have also another area for the cargo transport with different with all the different modes. The construction area. We have the digital twins. We make the mapping with LiDAR and visual camera, which is the image that you have. It allows us to evaluate the development of the whole construction process, and the data recollected allow us to take decisions, and the transversal sector to all of these data centers, etc., is made by the theme of security, because people are using it in every time longer and further. The contact was very important through the IAPME in Portugal, which I think it's very important to underline. IAPME typically helped us in the salons and to achieve or to attain the market networks. The question of participating in different international networks allow us also, as we got in the last year, and with another experience in FEI projects. IAPME gave us the support to achieve them, and Beyond Vision had a growth, very spectacular growth, with due to our hard work and the link with the companies and the markets. But we are submitting nowadays a proposal to another industry. So thank you. I end my presentation here. Thank you.
Obrigada, Daria. Actually, as you said, it's hard work that you've put into your business, and now it's paying off now with support of also IAPME and the Enterprise Europe Network. And what you showed us is an example of a dual use. This is also what it's basically supported through the European Union. It's not just for the military purposes, but for all the other purposes. Like you mentioned, the fire a couple of years in Lisbon ago, and this is really important. Like the example of Sarah, you're changing the lives. And now to change your life and that you're not stuck with us the whole day, basically I would like to thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us this morning. It's already late. But if you calculate the 5 to 7 minutes that we start later in the morning and 5 to 7 minutes that we start then after the hour, basically we kind of reached the target of finishing on time. The time was not our best friend today. But anyway, thank you, our excellent speakers here on the stage, everyone still with us here, and also Johan, who was with us online. Thank you, the small backstage team. You don't see them, but there is Georg, who was managing Slido. There is Julia, who was helping. There is Laura there at the back somewhere. There is the whole technician team that they helped us make this event. And of course, big thank you to interpreters. I'm sure if I saw them here in the room, they would be a bit angry with us because we were so long. But yeah, all the appreciation goes to their work. And please don't forget to fill in the evaluation survey that I mentioned in the beginning. You'll get it by email together with the whole pack of our thank you to you, because it will help us improve the other events in the future. We are having 2 more events, one in Helsinki in October and one more in Prague later the year on the same topics. But what is important that today we did try to pass the message. You will have all the information in the presentation, as I said, available online. Recording will be there. Do not hesitate to go to the local offices, basically. Vanda, Yapme, there is still Joao sitting in the first row, the EIB office here, and of course the Commission representation in Lisbon. They have an office behind this beautiful avenida that I walked up yesterday, got lost, but the building is really accessible, and they have 3 floors open. There is this Europe, Europe open space where you can always go and approach them for the information you might need. So thank you very much to you and also to the online participants. And yeah, please now, at least those of you who are here, please do profit of the patio with the lunch which is served for you. And that I'm not allowing any more questions because I would like that you do network there and that you ask questions to our speakers. So thank you very much, obrigada, and have a lovely afternoon.